Okay. I don't know if I'm. Oh wait, he's gonna meet me anyway. I'm here.
Sorry GH0ST. Kek.
Welcome to the Winds of Chaos, the Dungeons & Dragons campaign where you can influence the course of the game. You can harness the Winds of Chaos, this nefarious force of change sweeping across the lands of Gondara, by donating bits during the stream to help or hinder our heroes. For 300 bits, our heroes may find a useful, mundane, non-magical item. For 400 or 500 bits, you can buff the monsters that our heroes are facing with a minor or major mutation, respectively. Special thanks to our community's very own Bo the Distance for creating the random monster mutation table that we roll on for these redeems. For 600 bits, you can compel a player character's flaw. 700 bits grants inspiration to one player character. That's a reroll of a d20 during a clutch moment. And for 800 bits, you can make Flutter Die roll on the Wild Magic Surge table, our community's favorite. Flutter's character Kiona is a wild magic sorcerer. That means that she doesn't have full control over her arcane powers, and every now and then, well, you'll just have to wait and see what happens. Finally, subscribers to the Dungeon Masters channel, that's Twitch TV/GhostPepper, can harness the winds of chaos to blow a custom NPC or magic item of appropriate level into the party's path. Please DM me on Discord for more info. Oh, one last thing. If you're a regular supporter of this campaign and redeeming or subscribing or things like that are things that you do fairly regularly, please consider subscribing to our monthly coffee plan. We use the proceeds from that to go directly towards funding improvements to the game, music, artwork, subscriptions to different services that make our game that much better. Any monthly supporters get a free Major Monster Mutation, Wild Magic Surge, custom NPC, or magic item once per month. We really appreciate all of our coffee subscribers, all of our bits redeemers, and every single one of you who watches the game. Please enjoy the show.
Love you guys, Colif one love.
Hello, friends. Hello. Hold, please, for the unmuting process. Collie is unmuted. Flutter is
Hello.
unmuted.
Hi!
And that's everyone. Hello, friends.
Poor Wolf.
Ghost Pepper, you're the worst.
Was just here, like,
Look,
it sounds good to me.
Mute, I guess.
Oh my goodness, Genovi and Megan, thank you for the subs. Collie, thank you for the sub. Remember, everybody except for Collie Flumps to use your monthly sub rewards of making a custom NPC or magic item for the campaign. Collie, I suppose you could make a custom NPC for the campaign.
Yeah.
Or also Wolf and Flutter. I know you're subscribed to me as well. I don't know. I don't see why not. Flutter, you too. Make sure you use them. You just can't take a page out of my book and use your custom NPCs as like hirelings or credit cards for your character.
Right.
That's what I always used to do in my brother's games was if I had a character with an ability to have like a follower or something like that, I'd be like, okay, I'll give my follower the wealth trait and they'll donate all their money to my level 1 PC.
Fantastic.
What? No, Genovian. Dude, I already feel like I have too much for having my prince character as an entourage. I cannot do more cool stuff. Well, flesh out his entourage. Flesh out
That
his
sounds
entourage.
amazing.
Like, yeah, make some little characters for his posse, you know? Also, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh my goodness. Folks, I am sorry there's no cam for me tonight. I just got back from a 4-day long rugby tournament field trip with the team that I coached over in sunny Alberta, and oh boy, I did not wear enough sunscreen. So
Oh no.
yeah, it's looking a little bit rough today. And I'm also feeling a little bit out of it, so I don't know how long this session is gonna be. I hope I'm gonna be able to go to the distance, but I might reach a point where I'm just gonna like, and then after you roll initiative, the monster goes, that's it.
Boy, we dream of those days.
Yeah.
Usually how it goes, roll initiative, and then, the monster mutates 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, he's only got like 20 health left, and then he mutates
Oh,
4
God.
times.
I hope Shogros. Well, I hope Shogros is here, but I hope Shogros is keeping his money to himself tonight.
Oh yeah, Genovian. Yeah, please do fill out those details. So he's already got a bestie, a brother, and a wife, and they all have details. Yeah, fill in the doc. Like, let's hear it. Let's hear it. But yeah, folks, I hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, God, another thing that was going on while I was at the rugby tournament is there are a lot of wildfires in Alberta right now, which is where we were. We were in Calgary, the big city in Alberta. There are a lot of wildfires out there right now. I hope all of our Alberta and Western Canadian friends are staying safe. Thankfully, folks here in BC are shielded from the smoke by the mountains for now until our fires start.
Right.
It'll be a little bit,
Oh gosh,
little bit later.
it's gonna be a rough season this year.
Yeah.
The predictions are not good.
Yeah. The one Twitch stream where there's a good amount of the hosts that do not want money. What's that? Us? I don't know. We're not about that money. We're thankful.
Yeah.
And we're gonna talk about that in a second. We're very thankful, but we're not asking. We want, if you're given, we want to give back. All right. So, folks, I've got a roleplay warm-up question of the day, and we already have an answer from Sandrine for this, but we'll get back to that later. Our roleplay warm-up question of the day is, what dodgy financial scheme would your D&D character most likely fall for? Since the next sort of arc here is we're preparing for a bank heist, I thought that this might be a fun question to ask. Since all banks are a dodgy financial scheme in the first place. But you didn't hear that from me.
Whoa!
You didn't hear that from me. Anyway, so while our players are thinking of how they would answer this question for their characters, I have some thank yous to distribute, and the number one thank you is for all of our coffee members. Those are Bruce Campbell Soup, who I saw in chat earlier. Bruce, I hope you're doing really well. I'm sorry, I halfway typed out hello to you in chat, and then something happened that nobody in chat except for the players who are on Discord with me and possibly Megan upstairs heard. But we'll talk about that in a second. Bruce, I hope you're doing well. So our coffee members are Bruce Campbell Soup, Bardell, and ATM Zero. Thank you so much for your continuing contributions and financial support of this campaign. It was not the tenants. I'll explain in a second, Megan, if you didn't hear it. Our second thank you is to Starborn Striker and Bo the Distance, who are our resident rules lawyers. Whenever we have a D&D ruling that or D&D rule that we're not quite sure about, we need somebody to look things up. Megan and Bo are always there, ready to go. Third thank you is to Vinyl Stencil for helping us to organize our bits redeems. You can use bits to have an impact on the adventure and on the campaign. And Vinyl Stencil is the one that asks all the follow-up questions, organizes all the info, and sends it to me on Discord. Yes, speak of the devil and she shall appear. Welcome, Vinyl. Welcome, Curb. Welcome, Pug. All the homies are here. And of course, I'm glad you're all here because the final thank you, as always, goes to all of you out there in chat. Because we just, half of the fun of this campaign, maybe most of the fun of this campaign, is just the interaction with the community and with the conversations that we have outside of the adventure, the feedback that we get from you. So we are very, very happy to have you. Right before we went live, and we were a little bit extra delayed in going live, is that
Can I just preface with the sound?
yeah.
We're just sitting here, little chatting, whatever, before the stream, and all of a sudden we hear this, what to me sounded like a small duck being strangled or something sound, and I was like, what window of my computer is this coming out of? Woof looks at this screen, and I'm looking at the screen, see Ghost's little green thing around his Discord thing lighting up, and we're looking at each other like, what is that sound?
So I came back to my computer to see them making that face, and I typed in the Discord chat, did you guys hear something funny? So what actually happened is I think some sort of small bird, somehow there must be like a hole in a vent outside or something like that, because a bird flew into the air ducts and into our furnace and like panicked, and it made its way. It was like inside, Megan. It was inside. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to go tomorrow and check it out. It got out. It flew back out. I banged on the like I kicked the bottom of the furnace and it like flew away.
The sound was horrific. I was just
my
like,
God.
what is happening?
That was so weird.
I was like, no freaking bird better die in my furnace right now. Like,
right? You don't need that.
I don't have time for this. Oh boy. Yeah, so that was pretty crazy. So, oh my God. Yeah. Okay. So that was my little, like, you know, the stream was on, you know, the D&D logo was burning and everything, and I'm you know, about to type some hello messages to Bruce Campbell Soup and Jeff Rubin, who sounded off in the chat, and just all hell broke loose on this side. And these two are looking at the camera like, what is that sound? All right.
Is Ghost Pepper okay?
Yeah, that's a great question. Is Ghost Pepper okay? Ask me in 2 months.
Right? Oh gosh.
All right. So the question of the day is, what dodgy financial scheme would your D&D character most likely fall for? Sandream said that her character Leonora, shout out to the Greyspires crew, would fall for so many if she wasn't so nervous to talk with people. Genovian, for their NPC, said literally any of them. Like, Lingman would fall for anything if it weren't for his brother, bestie, and wife trying so very hard to keep this doofus alive. He just wants to help people. So he'd fall for like the Nigerian prince scheme, right there. Pugram is a pretty skeptical guy these days, so I'm not sure what scam he may fall for. This is a hard question. All right. I genuinely think that Darfin is too skeptical to fall for any scams. Jeff Rubin says my latest warlock, Scoundrel Edmund, would be pretty unlikely to fall for a financial scheme that is actually hidden, but also he would absolutely fall for the obvious schemes because his thought process is, this is too obvious. Clearly it's not an actual scheme. Gotcha. Ephema would be... Oh, Craze Curb. Curb says all of the schemes, at least in the beginning. Ephema would be all in on the essential oils. Darfin is so skeptical he'd think real things were scams. There you go. So
that checks. That tracks.
So literally a guy with no leg who's like, help, I'm a disabled war veteran. Darfin would be like, but are you? Okay, on second thought, Pugram would totally fall for any scam where he thinks he would acquire some wizard spell scrolls or a wizard spell book. He'd be like, yeah, it's worth it. Is this really an orphanage? Yeah, or a dummy shell company. Yeah. All right. Well, let's hear from. We're gonna ask about Mazra last because I think we can all agree that Mazra would be the least likely. So I think Wolf needs to work overtime on this one to answer the question. So we're gonna give him a little bit of extra time. Foodle, what financial schemes would Foodle fall for?
I think Foodle would probably
What is
fall
that?
for.
What is that? That's
What?
I've seen that
It's in
several
the
times. What is it?
What?
What is it in the Discord? There's like a
Duck
little
boys?
duck. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a little duck that comes up on your screen, Wolf.
Yeah,
on your
It
camera,
comes
it's a
up
little
on.
floating duck
I think
icon.
it just comes up above. I think because it comes up above Flumps on mine.
What?
Is that what is? I saw that.
It's a
before.
little
What is that?
Soundboard thing that's happening. I don't know.
Who's doing it?
What?
Who's doing it?
I see
can't be
somebody in
Wolf,
chat
right?
that's got some giggling
Wolf's
going
like-
on.
Vinyl. Vinyl's not even in the voice chat. Is she still able to?
Vinyl
Play with
controls all
that.
time and space, so
I was gonna say I would believe it because Vinyl can do anything.
it's not me. You
100%
know how?
Wolf.
Look,
Yeah,
it's
Wolf
not
has
me.
been knitting
My
the whole
hands are
time.
I know. Well, that's what I was thinking. Unless he's like really like he's
None of us
looking
know
like
what's-
he's
is it
knitting. I don't know.
I'm pressing my
feel
keyboard
like
with my
it's Plum.
toes.
What? I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
I don't know how to do
I
it.
bet you it's cauliflowers.
All right, it might have been me.
Yeah, yeah, and Vinyl's putting you on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Vinyl. I got one. I got one before I got caught.
I heard it before too, like a couple times.
Oh,
You've been
did
doing
you?
it.
Oh.
I've just been like,
I saw the duck. I saw the duck a couple of times.
waiting to
because
see
I was-
what that was about.
What I needed
I
to
was
do,
talking about
Vinyl,
a
was
bird.
wait
Yeah.
until they were like wait until we're in combat or on a map, so that they're all looking at the screen.
Right?
And then I could have gotten away with it. Anyway. Sorry, Vinyl. She would have done it like, she would have been amazing at it, but
All right,
I love
anyway.
it. I love it.
all right. So
Amazing.
Poodle would fall for I assume just about anything. I think the most likely would be like something that appealed to his, if someone's in trouble, I'm always ready to lend help. Like if someone who's disguised as a clergy was like, oh, we're raising money for the orphans, Foodle, he's just gonna give all his money, right? Like anyway. So yeah. Just about anything, but yeah.
Right. Nice. All right. Flutter.
I think if it's got a heart-wrenching story or something, she would be the person to, just some kid walked up to her on the street and was like, please, ma'am, this is for something or other. She would totally go for that. Like she has a soft spot and it's easily exploitable.
Nice.
You fools.
Well, what about Mazra?
I do remember that Mazra did once go to like a charity food place and spend time there to figure out if it was a scam. So, so there's one of two scenarios. Either a group of people would have to like Ocean's 11 her. I don't know. That's an apt reference, but you know what I mean, right? Like,
Yeah. Oh,
it'd
yeah.
have to be like a whole team of crack people to scam her, or she would be the one doing the scam.
Gotcha. Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody else in chat has an answer for our question of the day, please feel free to share it. Thank you, Squanchy. I am.
Maybe you would pay them to stop crying.
Oh, here you go. If a child approached Darvin and he asked to speak to their parents and they burst into tears and said their parents were dead, he would pay them to stop crying.
See, this is how Mazra would
That's
scam
amazing.
Darfin, because she would go have a child cry
Do
at
that.
home
Yeah.
and get money for that way.
I mean, honestly, though, you could do that with Mazra, too, because Mazra doesn't like children either. Let's be honest. Mazra would pay to get rid of children.
She would not pay the Pied Piper. Let's just put it that way.
All right, friends. Shall we get into it?
Yes.
Let's do it. I'm excited.
I rolled a nat 20 already tonight, you guys, so don't expect that again.
Okay. Wasted.
Oh, no.
Wasted your nat 20 already.
We need it.
I know. So bad.
Although, honestly, you never know. Like when I did Cauliflumps's arena thing, like I have never in all my years of playing any TTRPG rolled so many crits.
Dude, that was ridiculous.
That was amazing.
Like,
It's
oh
like
my God.
every other roll almost was a nat 20. It was ridiculous. It
Yeah.
was so dumb.
Yeah.
Sometimes luck is on your
I-
side.
Yeah. I actually started to feel bad. Yeah, I turned the music
No,
down.
it was sick.
No, I actually started to feel bad because I'm like, why am I getting all the nat 20s? It's like survivor's guilt, right? Why do I get all the nat 20s?
Right. Oh, yeah.
And nobody else is getting any glory, right? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something
I
I'm
get
conscious of when I'm a player is like I don't wanna hog the spotlight too much.
Mhm.
But it's hard not to when you're
When you're
three
rolling
nat
like that.
20s in a
Yeah.
row and yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
I've got some secrets, you guys. I'm so excited.
All right. Ooh, you did get some.
You might not see my secrets if we don't have certain things happen tonight, I guess.
Mm.
My secrets
Mhm.
might be left for another day.
Mm-hmm. All right, friends. So, anytime you want to recap over there in chat, you can type exclamation WOC recap to get a recap of the last couple of episodes, last couple of sessions. But basically, what we did last session was you returned to the Rift with the Ord Skara in hand, this mythical, legendary artifact crafted by the giant god of stonework, Burundil himself. Said to have carved the ordning on the original stone tablets that gave order and structure to the giant civilization, now long extinct, but also said to have the capability to shape stone into any kind of contour or appearance or functional structure that the wielder can imagine. There was some debate back at the down below between the leadership of the Black Guild over what to do with this incredibly powerful artifact. Sort of the more action-oriented, radical faction, if you will, of the Black Guild wanted to use it immediately to literally undermine the city, whereas, or the city's leadership, that is, whereas the more cautious and methodical wing, led by Rezik, wants to use it to break into the treasury and rob the vault there. Mazra tested out the Ord Skara, using it initially to carve a little four-leaf clover symbol into the side of a building, innocently and innocuously enough. But when there was nearly a riot in the streets between some striking miners and some blacksmiths who were frustrated that the shipments of raw ore were not making it to them to do their craft, and their forges were going cold. These two groups met each other in the street and got into a little bit of a scuffle. Mazra used it to support the writer's strike. Good TV and movies don't get made without writers. All you end up with is reality TV and American Gladiators. So
True. Oh.
I'm dating myself. I remember the last writer's strike pretty
Right.
vividly. And American Gladiators was pretty rough.
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as the writer's strike ended, that show went down the tubes. Anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, TV's back on. Anyway, Mazra used the Ordskara to separate these two brawling groups to even greater effect than even she anticipated. And so,
Throwing all
yeah. So our heroes have a little bit of a dilemma on their hand. Which side of the Black Guild? I think they're all mostly in agreement that the Black Guild is kind of somewhat of the way to go, almost. I don't know. I'm putting words in your mouth. That's up to your characters, right? That's the read I kind of got from you, though. But the big question is how to approach this delicate situation and what to do with the Ordskara. It was recommended to the party that they seek out one Noam Chomsky, the leader of sort of the public-facing and legitimate movement for change in the Rift called the People's Will, to listen to what he has to say and ultimately decide for themselves how they feel about the Black Guild's cause, the Black Guild and the People's Will's cause. And in the course of going to attend this speech in the market, Mazra was beckoned forth into a dark alleyway and into a carriage that was waiting there. Whereupon he met with a certain Lady Safina, who informed him that she had seen
Her?
she, yeah,
Mazra?
she, her.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Uh,
I'm thinking woof. I told you, like I've got some sort
I
of
do that.
freaking-
to be fair, I don't think Masha gives a shit. But
Right.
fair.
True.
I haven't had a day off of work since last Sunday.
You're
I'm so
fine.
tired, so I
Seriously, you're
apologize for
fine.
that. But this is why I'm not sure how long this session's going to be tonight. Where she encountered a certain Lady Safina who told her that she has seen the elf in the drawing that she posted. None other than Darfin, captain of the Super Guard.
Yes.
Or the Knights Radiant, as some people call them.
You know.
And so just sort of rewinding this a beat, getting into roleplay mode here. Lady Safina, her face invisible and inscrutable behind the dark veil that she wears, hands over a folded piece of paper to Mazra and says, "And you drew this?"
Yes. Have you seen this elf?
As a matter of fact, I have.
Can you provide us with information?
I can. If you are willing to do what needs to be done to acquire it.
And that would be.
Safina moves her hands off of her lap. Her fingers are long and thin and pale-skinned, almost so much as to be chalky in color. From one voluminous sleeve peeks out a thin stiletto dagger that she drags the tip across the wrist of her other hand. Placing the dagger down, she snaps her fingers, and the carriage door opens. One of the bearers of the palanquin, hunched over in a subservient pose, hands a very fancy looking but not ostentatious silver goblet to her, which she allows a few drops of blood from her sliced wrist to drip into. She hands the goblet over to Mazra and says, "Drink this, and you will see what I have seen."
Are we gonna get Vampsra now? Sorry. She kind of
You can roll religion and see if you can find out.
okay. Let's see what she rolls on this.
Yeah.
Where's religion?
Megan.
Oops.
It doesn't even cross your mind. It seems a bit weird.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. A little bit weird.
You're from a podunk town anyway. You don't know anything about vampires.
Yeah. Look, sometimes people do blood pacts, and maybe this is some weird thing, but you know what? I'm sure it's fine. So she'll take it, and she's already had raw blood on her tongue before, so. Sorry, Flutter.
No, if Kiona knew this was Mazra is making all the weirdest decisions these days. If Kiona knew this was another decision Mazra made, she would wonder a little bit.
Remember,
Okay.
Mazra
Okay.
is smart, but she's not wise.
But Kiona is not there.
She's not there. I'm sorry.
So, you take it and you drink it?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you do, that sort of tangy, irony, sort of oxidized taste hits your tongue, slides down your throat, and you see darkness begin to nibble at the edge of your vision. Within moments, you have slipped into unconsciousness. You feel suddenly hands grip your shoulders tightly and shake you roughly. Your eyes snap open and you're somewhere else. Somewhere not on this earth. A place where color whips around you in a kaleidoscope that you can barely keep up with, that your mind can barely process. Bits of matter, chunks of ice, earth, motes of flame, swirl around you through the air in a howling wind that you can just barely hear the voice over. Captain! Captain! Wake up! Your eyes focus on the face of High Priest Matilda, who's looking at you with a mixture of fear and worry. And you realize she's the one who just shook you awake. You hear yourself ask where you are. Matilda responds that she barely got you out of the burning tower in time. You're in a place far away from her, but it won't be long until she finds you. You have to move. Wearily, you get up to your feet, one hand wrapped around tight around your ribs. From your shortness of breath, you realize that a few of them have been broken in the fight that you just barely escaped. You, Mazra, are trying to remember that. It's a little thin thread of memory that you're trying to grab onto, but you can't quite clutch it. Seems that this is about as far back as Safina's vision went. Over the next hours, days, minutes, weeks, years, seconds, you're not quite sure which, because time is just meaningless here, in a sense. You wander through this wasteland of matter, color, energy. Not quite sure where you're going, but following the High Priest, hoping that at least she knows. And the next time you blink, you find yourself once again in the carriage, sitting across from Safina.
How did you do that?
Does it matter?
What?
You've gotten what you've wanted.
To a degree, I suppose.
I regret that I can't help you more. The
It is more to be
visions, the visions come as they please. I have very little control over them.
Fair enough.
Your friends are alive.
That is good to know. And you?
Yes, what about me?
Did you want us to do something else for you?
Oh, you already have. And she snaps her fingers again, and one of her attendants opens the door to the carriage and stiffly motions for you to exit. Safina turns her veiled head away as if peering through the curtain of the window on the opposite side of the carriage. And it's quite clear from her body language that you have been dismissed.
She'll climb out.
And once you do so and have stepped away from the palanquin, the white-robed, face-covered attendants lurch over, lift the palanquin onto their shoulders, and bear it away down the alley.
What was that all about?
Yeah.
I don't know what that lady is.
What happened?
She said that she knew about Darvin
What?
and had a vision of I don't know, it was really weird. He's alive though. And she'll explain what she saw.
Wait, but you saw it?
Yeah, it's like I passed out for a minute.
Wowzer.
I knew he was still alive. This is amazing. Right?
Yeah, I mean it's more than we've done so far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good.
Although that is weird, isn't it? Or
But why?
I think. What?
I'm kind of with Kyoto on this. How did you know?
Oh, I don't know. She did some kind of magic or something.
Oh.
She said she has visions.
Huh.
And she just wanted to volunteer this information to you without some form of repayment?
About that.
What?
Yeah, she said we already did something for her, but I don't know what it is.
Oh.
And did she say anything about why she's been seemingly lurking around? Or maybe it's
No.
not her, but whoever else is in that thing with her.
Yeah, I do think it may be helpful to look into these people more while we're here.
Right.
Yeah.
Something feels funny about all that.
Yeah. But, at least Darfin's alive. That's good. And I don't think we missed the talk. If we hurry,
No.
we can probably still hear it.
Yeah,
Right.
it's good.
Right, Ghost? I mean, how long has it been for us? Because I know for...
That would have been a pretty short conversation.
Right, okay.
Mhm.
And Mazra's vision appears to have lasted like an instant.
Wow. Okay.
So basically, from your perspective, she went around the corner.
We watched her get into the carriage, yeah.
Had a brief conversation with the woman inside for about like 2 minutes, and then just came back out.
Quietly, can I divine sense myself?
Yeah. You want to check if you're undead now?
Yeah.
All right. Sarah, do you want to just post divine sense in the chat for the Roll20 chat, for Twitch chat to see?
Or if I've been desecrated.
Okay.
I guess it's place or object.
Desecration is a
Yeah.
place, yeah, place or object. Within 60 feet of you, you do not detect any celestial fiends or undead.
Okay.
Yeah. This is not that kind of D&D game, Solo Bunny.
Bunny. I just saw-
Amazing. Cheers.
We wish. No, it's
That's our after hours show.
That's right.
Okay, well that's good. So what Foodle says stands. You know, he's like, yeah, if we hurry back now, we can probably still catch it. Right? Unless, I mean, do we know where Darfin is? We know he's alive.
I don't know. It was some kind of, I think, a wasteland or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Do I know if that was like a place or was it like just a
You
vision
can-
thing?
If
You
she
can
describes it,
roll
has Fiona been there?
You can not according to the description that you
Okay.
got. You
I
can
didn't
roll
think so.
an Arcana or a Religion check.
I think they're the same, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay. Up to you.
Oh,
Oh dang.
Oh.
the weirdest things I rolled.
Nat 20 Arcana? Are you serious? Oh shit! I love it.
Freaking fluke rolls.
Darfin was not on this plane.
Oh.
In fact, with your I was not ready to actually decide which
Oh
plane he
crap!
was on.
Sorry.
But you had to roll a nat 20.
Oh shit! Gonna get some good info here.
You have heard tell of a place that exists outside of place. You've never heard a name be given to it, but it's an idea that exists in many faiths, especially so in the Concert of Heaven, which is the broad name given for the collection of faiths that makes up sort of the main pantheon of gods. So your Eldrigo and Staravia and Aaron Selk and Narema and all of those, right? So in the Concert of Heaven, a shared belief across all those faiths is that there is a place outside of place and a time outside of time where all matter originates, and but in its raw and pure and unrefined and unstructured form. It's a place of utter chaos and formlessness. And you may not know how to explain that to your two
Yeah.
fellow country bumpkin friends, but it was something
Maybe she
interesting you
read
read
it.
in a book once.
Yeah, she did steal a bunch of books from Underlore, so
Yeah.
yeah. I don't think he's on this plane. So he's like outside of the stuff that exists.
Well, it seems like a lot of the stuff we're dealing with is dealing with that stuff.
Right, but I guess did it seem like he needed rescue? I mean, how would we get there if he does?
I don't know if we can right now. Maybe
Oh.
ask a priest or a scholar or something.
Yeah.
Well, we are going to go see that priest of Burundil.
True.
Oh yeah, maybe they'll know. Well, anyway, I don't want to miss the talk. We should go.
Right. Let's go then.
All right.
Indeed.
Foodle runs back to the square.
Hey.
Oh, there he goes. We all knew that he was excited about this.
Right. As you follow him into the square, Wolf, I put a little thing in Roll20 chat for you.
Okay.
Just because I feel like the information immediately available to you was not worth a nat 20, but just give you a little bit of a prod. Okay, I messed up my notes a little bit. There we go. So as you follow Foodle back into the crowd and try to, Foodle very easily sort of squeezes in among some of the larger folk, and you lose sight of him briefly. But most of the people in this crowd are gnomes. But Foodle, of course, being a forest gnome as opposed to a Caladan rock gnome, is clothed quite a bit differently, and his green hat soon stands out to you with the little leaf of Aaron Salt poking out of the sweatband. Catch up to Foodle somewhere in the middle of the press, and you see that the whole crowd is sort of gathered around in sort of a 3/4 semicircle, but 3/4, not semi means half. A 3/4 circle around a small gnome-sized stage that both Mazra and Kiona, you can't help but feel like that's a little bit cute. You're watching these like people who look like human children almost, being like, down with the system. And Foodle's here like super serious, like yeah, man. You're just like, you can't help but feel a little bit like, ah, baby's first revolution. But standing at the stage, in mid-speech, is a young female gnome who extols the virtues of the miners as well as all those who labored to build this great city, to loud cheers from the assembled crowd. She pledges that the people's will are with the striking miners, and ends her speech by leading a chant of, down with the guilds! Down with the guilds! And you hear the whole crowd follow along. Down with the guilds! Down with the guilds! After a moment of sort of rabble-rousing like this, she holds up her hands, and the crowd kind of, settles just enough for her to be heard again. This time, she begins, but thank you for listening. We have now a very special guest speaker to give context and direction to everything that we are feeling here today. Please welcome Professor Noam Chomsky. And the crowd cheers and whoops and continues chanting, down with the guilds, people's will, Chomsky, Chomsky. A weazened old gnome. Is it weazened or wizened? I don't know. A weazened old gnome with a long white beard and a few cottony wisps of hair on his otherwise bare scalp, takes the podium. I watched a couple Noam Chomsky videos to see what he looks like nowadays. Friends, we are here today for a very simple reason. The striking miners who have had enough of their labor being exploited, of being downtrodden by the upper classes of this city. Their demands are simple: bread, honest pay for honest work, good, safe working conditions in their mines. What brings us here on this particular day may be simple, but the conditions that led to this moment are much more complicated and must be understood. The logic of the guild system in the Rift holds that all people play a part, no matter their station. The miners, quarriers, builders, and carpenters are the hands of this city. The bakers, butchers, tailors, and brewers are the heart. The architects, engineers, surveyors, and yes, academics like myself are the brain guiding this whole body. I suppose for many of us, this is a pleasant enough fiction. But I prefer another metaphor. This society is not a living, breathing, hoping, dreaming creature. Instead, it is a machine. Utilitarian, unfeeling, rational, to the fault of ignoring the purpose that the machine was built for in the first place. My friends, cities do not live. Systems do not breathe. Institutions do not hope. Industry does not dream. Only people do. But the Rift has squeezed the dreams, the hope, the breath, the life out of its people in order to produce material prosperity that is enjoyed by the few at the expense of the many. My friends, this city was built for you. Its promise was to free you, whatever folk you are, gnome, dwarf, elf, human, orc. Even some find it hard to believe the few goblins who live here, seeking to leave behind their old life. Free you, whoever you are, from the chains of serfdom, the mental prison of restrictive tradition, I apologize, and the mortal threat of warmongering kings and chieftains. For that promise, you built this city with hands that bled from the labor, only to be made into a cog, a spring, maybe, if you're lucky, a flywheel. There are boos and jeering laughter from the audience at that.
Boo! Boo! Like not, like he's booing with the other people. Like, yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
He's not booing Noam Chomsky.
Yeah. A slave of a new and different kind, but to a very old and familiar master. Indeed. Greed. As we gather here today to support our mining, our striking brothers, sisters, and siblings among the Miners' Guild, the people's will calls on not just more bread, better pay, safer working conditions, Because these cannot be gifts bestowed by those whose interests are naturally opposed to the giving of them. They are a new system that must be built from the ground up by the very people who do this work. What the People's Will calls for is an end to the restrictive guild system, and for the freedom and power of the ordinary people of this city to chart their own course.
Yeah! Sorry.
We wish nothing more than freedom, equality, and solidarity among all the people of the Rift. And we will settle for nothing less. And at that, the crowd erupts into cheers and whoops and hollers.
Woo! Yeah, no, Chomsky!
It's not long until in very short order, you see a number of the sort of brass armored guards of the city kind of file into the market square from a couple of the side streets, and they're and one of them strides up to the stage and says, "All right, Chomsky, that's enough out of you. You've had your say, as is your rights as a member of the Academics Guild. But it's time for this crowd to disperse before things get unruly." And the other city guards sort of fan out on either side of the guard captain here. The crowd starts to make some moves to, you know, some of the people in the crowd who are a little bit more inclined towards violence kind of make some threats, try to provoke a couple of the guards. Chomsky, though, on the stage kind of raises his hands and says, friends, let us follow these dictates for now. Now is not the time for violence. We've said what we've had to say. We've made the point we came to make. This rally is now over. But remember what you heard today from all the speakers here. Remember what you heard today from those around you. It's time to go our separate ways and do the hard work that needs to be doing. We will be back, Captain. And we hope that one day the City Guard will join us as allies in the fight against exploitation.
Yeah!
Some of the guards sort of snicker a little bit, and they're like, yeah, whatever, Chomsky. You old coot. But a couple of them kind of have conflicted looks on their faces. Like he kind of, you know, as if he kind of makes a few good points here, but they're not quite sure which way to go with this. But the crowd, some of the more grumbly types in the crowd, they're a little bit more hesitant to move away, but ultimately they do. The crowd disperses, the rally is over, and the marketplace returns to a scene of relatively peaceful hustle and bustle.
Wow, that was amazing. I can't believe I actually saw him. And I mean, he's right, you know? Like, this city, if it's not helping everybody, what's the point?
I don't disagree, Foodle. The method of getting there is the problem.
Yeah.
Is he still around? Did he like just zoom off?
He's kind of packing it. He's kind of packing up. He's on the stage. He's talking with the younger gnomish woman who spoke before him, gathering his notes back up. There are a few heavy duty looking miners who are around him. Looks like a sort of informal bodyguard. They're in their sort of leather mining gear that affords, some little bit of protection, like heavy clothing, helmets. They got their big old gloves on. They got their mining picks and hammers and whatnot.
Do you have any questions for him, Foodle? Maybe I'll talk to you.
Yeah, but, I don't know, it's Noam Chomsky, like, do you just go talk to him?
I don't see why not. He seemed pretty level-headed.
Yeah. He's all about equality.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you guys are right. Okay. And Foodle's gonna sort of straighten up and walk over and approach Noam Chomsky and say, hello, Mr. Chomsky, my name's Foodle.
Hello, Foodle.
Mr. Chomsky, everything that you said, I really agreed with, and I feel like, I don't know. I mean, I think it might be time to do something about it. What is your sense from the people of the city? Are they wanting change?
Well, Foodle, I do believe that the people are hungry for change. This system that was built has made the residents of this city rich in things, but poor in spirit.
Yeah.
Any intelligent creature needs more than gold or clothes, furniture, even food and drink to live, to truly live.
Yeah.
So even the most downtrodden laborer to the wealthiest baron desires the same basic ephemeral things in life: freedom, stimulation, equality, companionship, community, just to name a few. The working people of this city are conscious of the fact that as a community, we've given these things up in exchange for material prosperity. They may not all have the words to express it, but they express it with their anger, their despondency, their protests, their resistance to the regime.
Yeah. One of the things that I was thinking about, well, I guess Foodle sort of looks back at his companions. I mean, it wasn't just me, it was, all of us. Part of the problem with this system, where, in theory, it's maybe a good thing where, people who contribute a lot can, be recognized for that. But I think this goes too far. And, what about the people who can't? For whatever reason. I mean, in this system, I worry that they're just treated or viewed as worthless, and I don't think that's right.
Oh, my young friend, you are wise beyond your years, I think. For me, I think it is not even a question of what one can or cannot contribute, but how we define contribution. I myself have a very, well, she's no longer with us, but a very, very old mother, and in the final years of her life, she was unable to work, unable to keep a home as she used to, really unable to do much of anything that we might call physical or economical labor. But did she contribute? To myself or my siblings, she contributed every single day. Even in this incapacitated state of hers at the end of her life. So what is contribution really? And how do we value it?
Yeah. That's a good point. I didn't even think about it. Like, what do we think is a contribution? I think being present in someone's life, I mean, isn't that contribution enough? I don't know.
Ask some of your friends and your family that about yourself. Ask them what you contribute. Very rarely will their answer be whatever it is you do. What do you do anyway?
Oh, I'm a hunter and an adventurer.
And do you think your friends value you for the pelts that you bring home?
No.
Does your mother value you for the meat that you put on the table?
I mean, she does, but that's not why.
Exactly.
You've given me a lot to think about, and I'm so glad that I got to meet you.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Foodle.
Yeah.
And please, call me Gnome. And this, he opens, sort of lifts up his sleeve a little bit. I'm doing the motion, but you can't see me right now. He sort of lifts up his sleeve a little bit, and a little ferret comes out and sort of wraps itself around his hand. And this is my pet ferret, Jerome.
Jerome! This is amazing! And Foodle opens his backpack, and Andrew pops out. And Foodle says, and you can call me Foodle, Gnome. Jerome, why don't you meet Andrew? And Andrew sort of, ooh, and cocks his head.
And Jerome kind of like recoils back a little bit at the sight of the bird, and then sort of leans over and sniffs him a bit. And it doesn't smell like any apex predator bird that he's ever smelled. So Jerome seems cool with him.
Oh, good. Yeah, don't worry. Andrew, he won't bite. Well, no, it's been a pleasure, and you've given me a lot to think about. Thank you. I think you've given us all a lot to think about.
Yes, well, thank you as well.
And then Andrew sort of hoots and waves a hand as Foodle turns, heads back to his companions.
Yes, farewell now.
Well, what do you think?
I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I think this place needs a change. It never is, but I think we can make a difference here.
I just hope that everybody involved can pick the right path to make that difference.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Well, anyway, Foodle gets a little uncomfortable as he looks at Kiona. Should we I guess what were the other thing we were gonna go see the priest?
Right.
I forgot his name.
And
My
the
notes.
scholars.
Foodle knows his name.
Potentially.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Gadri?
Hadrian
Gadric Glitterstone.
I just
Gadric
found it in my notes.
Glitterstone.
Dagnabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
the one.
Yeah.
I remembered Priest of Burndale, which I feel like is really
I
good
know,
for me,
right?
so-
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Gadric Glitterstone. Okay.
I knew it was
Also
glitter, but I
that
couldn't
was
remember
amazing.
anything else.
That made my day. Oh shit.
Yeah,
Alright,
and,
well,
Gadri's temple is not far from the market, if you recall.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just grab my camera view. So the market, you folks are right here right now, and the Temple of Burundil is over here.
Right there.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh yeah, this is the part where we hug the wall. We're not looking down.
Oh yeah, you have to take the road that goes behind the waterfall.
Oh,
Kiona
yes.
or
Poodle loves
Matra
it.
will walk on the outside, so Kiona can walk on the inside.
So Kiona can be protected.
Poodle's gonna walk up on the railing like a kid.
Kiona would not stand for that.
Oh, Kiona, it's okay, it's okay. Look at me. And
Dangerous up there,
just like-
Foodle.
He does like a little pirouette. He's got 20
Oh my
decks.
Oh yeah, no. Okay.
But no, I
We
like
need-
that.
She has an unrealistic fear of him falling. That's it.
Right. Well, I think it's realistic.
Foodle, roll a dexterity save while you're doing.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh
if you're-
my
if you're gonna-
god! This
gonna
is
come
what
in-
happened.
If you're gonna come into my house and be like, I could do that. I have 20
Fiona
decks.
already
You're gonna-
has her
yeah,
hands on her
come on.
lasso.
We're gonna put
You
your
get
money
a-
where
you
your
get a
mouth is.
plus-
Let's see it.
Get a plus
Alright.
3 if you're within 10 feet of me.
Oh, okay. Right.
Should have made him do an
so-
acrobatics roll.
So I rolled a 5, but I get plus 3, right? So 8. And
Yeah.
then dexterity save is 10, so 18.
I did say a saving throw. I did say a saving throw.
Okay. So 18 total.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh.
We need to
and-
get Foodle one of those.
VK.
Fiona
I
is
know.
already still like ready to lasso him and just yank him down.
Probably wise.
Should just put a leash
I
on him. That's all.
I don't.
Just in case
I
you
don't-
fall.
I don't believe in the adversarial DM player relationship, but I was hoping Foodle would eat it there.
Somebody from the elven village has to like fish him out of the water. Oh god.
Yeah, Megan, I realized that as soon as Wolf said that he gets the plus 3, I was like, oh, I should have made you do an acrobatics check.
We need to get Foodle one of those like kid backpacks with a leash on it.
Right.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. I almost
Yeah.
disagree
Uh-oh.
though and make it real small so that he can like put his hand through it so she could like tie it to his wrist.
Yeah.
Did you just get a hiccup too?
I got a hiccup, yeah. I got a
Oh,
hiccup.
okay.
Yeah.
Like the Pepper Squire and Flutter cut out for me for just like a half second.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
just
I thought-
yeah, same. Same.
That was weird. Anyway,
Yeah, so Voivod Kohutek says it's okay to want to kill them sometimes. Yeah, when especially when they come
Especially
in
when
and
they
they're
do
like, yeah,
stupid things.
I could do this and I'm fine because I got 20 decks. And it's like, well, that's for me and the dice to decide what you can do.
Right? Yeah. That's true. Oh, shit.
That's amazing.
Start bragging in front of the DM.
Yeah, that's not a good idea.
Yeah. All right. Well, you, all three of you, succeed at walking on the literal paved pathway.
My God.
And find yourselves once again at the Temple of Burundil. And just to remind anybody who maybe is tuning in who didn't see the Temple of Burundil last time, it is this massive ornate temple with a large sort of it is carved into the face of the cliff, and it's essentially like a fresco carved into the face of the cliff, or like a mural carved right into the face of the cliff. A massive stonemason's hammer surrounded by all sorts of different scenes from the lore of the worship of Burundil, the giant god of stonework, who continues to be the god of stonework for the Calardan rock gnomes and the dwarves, who themselves are sort of culturally derived from the ancient giant civilization. At the bottom of this massive stone relief piece of art is a simple stone archway leading into the cliff of itself, where the temple is located inside. Across the street from this massive stone relief temple face is a small park that's essentially a sculpture garden that different stone sculptor artists, themselves undervalued in the Society of the Rift, as our characters learned, as the party learned, because artists don't provide anything that is of material value. That is not Ghost Pepper speaking. That is that is misguided modern society speaking. But so many artists find their refuge at the religious temples in the cities, where their craft is much more valued. And here at the Temple of Burundil, it is the sculpture artists and the statue makers who are valued from their ability to work stone into beautiful works of art. Support the writer's strike. So you stand before the temple.
Is there any depictions of the chisel?
Yes. At the so the hammer is kind of like in this orientation where it's standing up vertical, where sort of the bottom bit of the handle of the stone hammer is exactly like that, right? And right above the head of the hammer is a depiction of Burundil, big burly stonemason giant Burundil with his huge flowing beard that goes down to his waist, looking sternly down at the street where you are standing. In his left hand, he supports a massive stone tablet that has some sort of inscription on it that you can't read from down there. But much like the Statue of Liberty in real life, that inscription actually says something. If you want, you can make a religion roll to guess what it says. But he's got a stone tablet that says something on it. In his other hand, I'm sorry, once again, I'm really spacey tonight.
It's okay.
I am sun-baked from my field trip that I took, and I haven't had a day off work since last Sunday, so I'm pretty woo
God.
tonight. In his other hand is a stonemason's hammer and a chisel that looks remarkably like the very ordinary chisel that you are carrying with you, that you found in the crystal mine.
I would like to double check if anybody remembers last time when I declared the 2 skills, if it was religion and insight. Was it religion? Or did I pick a different skill?
It was a knowledge skill because you were all about research with those.
Right. Yeah.
And you
So-
already have proficiency in Arcana, so we know it's not that.
Yeah, so I think it was religion. I'm pretty sure I was thinking about religion because of dealing with the gods that we're dealing with and stuff. So if you'll allow me to make that religion check,
Yeah.
using the Ancient Book of Memory. Do. And that'll still leave me one more roll for that for today. Oh! That's 20.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Nice. So with your roll of 20, looking up at the stone tablet, you realize that what is inscribed on that stone tablet is meant to represent the original stone tablet that Burundil inscribed the ordning onto,
Okay.
using the hammer and chisel in his other hand. The ordning, you remember, is essentially the code of giant civilization. It's essentially a structure or an order of how things operate in the giant civilization. The ancient giants had this concept of Mot and Mog, which roughly translate to good and bad, but it wasn't necessarily in moral terms. It was a sense of like rightness and wrongness, or propriety and impropriety, as well as that sort of moral and ethical dimension. So Mot and Mog don't have exact translations, but that's more or less the long and the short of what they are. These precepts of the ordning have gone on to form the basic sort of core of dwarven and rock gnome society in modern days. Now that these two civilizations, the dwarven civilization, the rock gnome civilization, sort of grew up under the tutelage of the ancient giant civilization, and then since the giant civilization fell in the massive war against the orcs that Eldrigo helped the giants win, but then the giant civilization collapsed, and the dwarves and the rock gnomes sort of continued on, but with the ordning forming sort of the very sort of foundational bits of their culture.
Well, I guess we go inside, huh?
Indeed.
All right. And Foodle heads inside, because I don't know if he knows what everyone else was doing.
I think we're all going in, right? We're
Yeah,
looking
yeah.
for Glitterstone, so.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, once again, as you head inside, the interior, it's still a mystery to you how they've accomplished this, but the interior is this sunlit, entirely stone cathedral inside. There are some small holes in the ceiling and reflective glass mirrors that distribute and diffuse the sunlight all throughout the interior of this structure, so that even though you are completely encased in stone, it is still just about bright as day in here. You once again see the stone pews all sort of aligned in rows, leading up to a central altar where Gadri Glitterstone is knelt onto it, elbows propped up onto the stone altar, hands clasped together in some form of prayer.
Is Mr. Glitterstone about?
An attendant who hears you say this opens his mouth as if to tell you that he's busy praying right now. But before he can say anything, Gadri, with his back turned to you, still kneeling at the altar, says,
Oh.
Yes, I'm always happy to see my new friends. And he gets up and sort of dusts his robed knees off and turns around with a smile. Have you had any news about Gilbrand?
Well, not news per se. We're not exactly sure what happened with Gilbrand, to be honest. The things we saw were quite confusing. She's thinking about the metal room.
Yeah.
Well, quite
what
hard
did you
to
see?
describe.
Oh, I see.
Rooms made of solid metal walls?
Curious.
He was very curious.
Yeah.
I prefer stone as a construction material myself, but I suppose that goes without saying.
Yeah, well, we have. Wouldn't say that. We think. We don't quite know what to make of it, but we know that he's back in the other kingdom, which Foodle knows the name of.
Bergenheim.
King.
Yes.
Bergenheim. Thank you.
Svergenheim.
Zwergenheim.
Yeah, we
Yes.
so we know that he's there, but when we were in this very strange metal walled tower place, we saw him being dragged off, and he was like yelling for help, and there's no way that he should have been there. So it's a lot, but we think it's possible that we saw him being like possessed by whatever these creatures were, or well, I mean, we didn't see it happening, but like that's what was happening. He was being dragged off to be possessed. So we maybe went back in time,
Or at least had a vision of it.
right? Yeah.
Although it became pretty real after that.
That's very curious. Well, sounds like you had quite a troubling and mind-altering experience.
There were some sort of creatures as well.
Oh,
Right.
yes. What sort of
Yeah.
creatures?
Well, there was like Ghost. Did we? Oh man, I'm trying to remember. Did we ever learn the names? I know you said the names of like the Nothics or whatever. Like, but I don't know if we, our characters, ever knew what they were.
I stand to be corrected, but I believe that you were told by Fieldine because
I think
seem
Fieldine's,
to
yeah.
remember
That
Bo
feels right to me.
rolled a check
Mhm.
when we first encountered them.
Yeah.
Kind of explained to you folks after.
Okay. Well, there were Nothics. I don't know if you've heard of those. And there were a whole bunch of them, because weren't there a bunch in the city, just to clarify above table?
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah.
But not all of them were Nothics either.
No.
Mr. Glitterstone, I'm sure you're aware of the social movements going on in the city involving the Black Guild and Mr. Chomsky's teachings.
I am somewhat versed in what's been happening. I tried to stay out of it myself. The Temple of Burundil, of course, is taking an official position of preserving the order in this city as it exists. Although we are sympathetic to the grievances, certainly, of some of the folk in the city.
You would not support any drastic means with which to fix the issues of the city, correct?
The issues of the city are not ultimately not for me to support or oppose.
Well,
The doctrine of Burundil is, of course, one of structure and order. The guild system in this city is ultimately derived from the ordering that Burundil set out, and so naturally, the temple does have a leaning, yes, but it is up for the citizens of the Rift to decide their own fate.
yeah.
To be fair, there are times when structures and situations like that can be too constricting to the point where they're suffocating people.
Indeed. And this
Poodle's
is
just
when
like. Sorry, go ahead.
it is in these situations where it is the people, not the inscrutable omens of sometimes enigmatic or outright silent gods, that should decide the course forward.
Poodle's just sort of looking at Mazra like, that's a good point. Well, yeah, okay, here's the thing, though. If you're not going to do anything about the city, fair enough, but do you... How much do you know about strange creatures? Because we saw a lot of them, and I don't really know what to make of all of them.
Gadry looks a little bit confused because you're jumping from
I
talking
know,
about
sorry.
your weird otherworldly experience to the local politics of the city. So,
Are these related somehow?
I don't know. I don't think so. Well, no, Kiona and Moser, you guys go ahead.
It is different.
Gadri.
It's whatever.
Gadri is increasingly looking at Kiona and Masra.
It's-
like
It has to do with what we saw in that weird vision, but just I would ask you before we move to that is, I mean, do you have an opinion as a, your individual opinion? Not as a priest.
very perplexed as to what one has to do with the other.
No, just I meant about the politics situation.
Yes. I'm very confused as to what
No.
your
I would like to know.
experiences with these creatures.
But yeah, we'll go into that in a moment.
I would like to know if, given an opportunity to, well, would you even be able to? Would you keep an object safe that could change the fate of this city, if it also could do great harm to this city? If someone came to you asking to use it to enact change,
I would not.
would
There
you be
are-
able to keep it safe?
There are things in this world that are not meant to be held in mortal hands.
I agree. What do you do with those things when you find them?
Store them away where they can be held safely, securely, studied as necessary, but kept out of the hands of unworthy and imperfect mortals. Understanding, of course, that that includes ourselves.
Do you know of any such places where you could keep things like that?
This temple has a small reliquary. We have a few magical items of some potency here. But there is a place where truly powerful artifacts from the now fallen giant civilization are held far away. I myself do not even know where it is. So secretive is it.
Fiona will, let out a giant, deep, long sigh. Do you happen to know where one might find the information to get to that place?
My order keeps that information very strictly secretive. I do not believe there is any living soul who knows exactly where it is. Only fragmentary bits of information among the High Priesthood that, when combined, forms a full map in a metaphorical sense,
Right.
but never all of the information kept in one place.
Well, that's good, but how do you put things in the place then? Fiona's really confused about that.
I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question. Because if I knew the answer to that question, that would be dangerously close to allowing a morally and spiritually frail mortal such as myself know where this place is.
Fiona will look at Mazra like, what are we gonna do?
Patra does not like the kind of talk that he's talking right now. Like, she doesn't like the whole religion telling you that you're morally frail and stuff like that. So she's just kind of giving her normal stony face stare. This is something we can consider later.
Should you ever come across one of those artifacts, how would you make sure it got to the place?
Well, a few items have come into my possession and left my possession in my time. There is a process. There is a sect that I contact within the Greater Order of the Warship of Burundil. And an agent of this sect comes and retrieves the artifact and departs for I know not where. They hand it off to somebody else who departs for they know not where. And on it goes until the item reaches its final destination.
That doesn't
Without
seem
any one
suspicious.
person in the chain knowing where it came from or where it ultimately goes.
But somebody's got to take it to
Well,
the
we
ultimate destination.
appreciate that information. We'll take it into consideration.
Why? Do you have one such object on your person?
Just for our own edification.
Roll deception.
Okay. I just hope I don't. There you go.
Nice.
Okay. That's a good roll. Because he knows that you went looking for Gilbrand,
Right.
who was in turn looking for the Ord Scar, and then you come back and you're like,
Right?
say,
Like,
say
No.
I have
Keona
an ancient
figures he knows
artifact
that
of
they have it.
godly
That's
power."
why she's like, "Why are you telling him this?" No,
No, but
I know.
she look. This was Foodle in her head saying, "We gotta trust somebody."
that's true.
So,
I know.
this
Foodle
is
is
Kiona trying
That's true,
to trust
yeah.
somebody
She
with
was
at least a little
really
bit of the
like-
information.
Until he's like, some guy shows up and hands it off to some other guy. He hands it off to
Right,
some other guy.
exactly. And that's where Kiona's like, but, and then also, how does the last guy know where the fuck to take it? She doesn't understand. There's a big disconnect there. So, yeah, she's not going to confess to having it because she's just not sure about this chain of people that are going to be handling it on its way to its place.
Yeah.
She knows he knows, but she's not going to say anything.
Yes, well. In any case, you asked about these creatures.
Mm.
Come with me, if you will.
And Gadri folds his arms back into his robes and moves at a rather deliberate pace towards one of the many darkened stone arch passageways cut into the rock behind the stone altar at the center of the temple.
Kiona will follow.
Yeah, Foodle will follow as well.
And it'll lead you into a small library packed up with a number of scrolls, piles of manuscripts, shelves of books, to a large stone door. And this is the first actual door that you've seen in here. Even the entrance to the temple doesn't appear to have any sort of door or other obstacle that would prevent people from coming or going at any time. It's just an empty stone archway. This is the first door you've seen here, and it looks like a heavy piece of stone, so heavy that you would need to be a giant yourself to move it on your own. Gadri pulls his arms out of his robes, reaches into the front of his robe, and pulls out his holy symbol, a crossed hammer and chisel medallion hanging from a chain around his neck. He holds it up to the door, and a dull purple light shines from it. And the door, with a grinding sound, slides open. On the other side is another, much smaller repository of knowledge.
Now, where is that? Ah, here it is.
He pulls out one book that looks like a leather-bound, stitched together.
No, not this book. It's full of all sorts of dangerous contraptions. No, not this one. Don't. Keep your hands off of this book. There's a mad dwarf owned this book.
Oh.
The mechanisms and machines that he made with this. No.
And he sort of just puts that aside.
This one.
And he pulls out a book that is essentially like 2 stone slabs as the covers, and inside the sheets of paper are like very thin stone slabs themselves, all bound together by rings of wrought iron. And he places this book down on a stone table, opens it up, and begins to sort of move the stone plates over, like flipping through the pages. On the pages, you see exquisite etchings of words, letters, symbols, even images chiseled into this very, very thin, wafer-thin sheets of stone. Until he arrives at a page that portrays an image that you recognize as that of a Nothic.
Is this the creature that you mentioned?
Yeah, that's it. There were a lot of them, but there were other things as well.
Yes. Creatures that have no name themselves. But upon this plane, we mortals refer to them collectively as aberrations. Creatures who are born of a place, of a strange energy that is, well, aberrant to our senses, seeming to make no sense at all. In many cases, naturally repulsive to our sensibilities of what ought and ought not exist. You have probably felt this yourself if you've encountered some of these creatures.
And your mind goes back to the gibbering mouther that you encountered in the ruins under Duromon.
That nearly killed Kiona.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was the same dungeon where you first encountered the Nothics.
Right. Yeah. Funny that.
This particular aberrant being is what is called a Nothic. As you mentioned before, they are, in a way, very similar to the intelligent creatures of this world which we inhabit. In their thought processes, in their means of forming communities, societies, culture, they are as close to us as any aberration can be, and as understandable to us as any of them can be. This naturally makes them stand out as leaders among aberrant kind when in our plane of existence, in our world, that obeys some fairly particular rules of physics and cosmology that other places in this very wide universe of existence necessarily does not. In ancient times, the Nothics had their own civilization located deep, deep underground. They frequently encountered the dwarves and the cousins of the Caladan, the deep gnomes. You have never heard of deep gnomes before, any of you.
Oh, wait,
That's a
sorry,
new
the
one.
what?
The
There's
deep
other gnomes?
that- Yes. The deep gnomes
Oh.
live deep underground, much like dwarves and Nothics do.
Do you think we could go
Wait.
visit them?
No. They're very reclusive.
Oh. Oh.
I've met one once. I would call her a friend, but I'm not so sure that she would feel the same way about me.
Oh.
In any case, the Nothics frequently clashed with these civilizations in their subterranean realm, as well as, rumor had it, yet another society of creatures that lived even deeper, but we know very little about that other than rumors. It appeared that the Nothics worshipped some sort of beings whom they made contact with through their dreams.
Oh.
Fiona might have a facial expression change happen when he says that.
And one day, the information about these Nothics simply stops. The dwarven scribes, stopped writing about them. It appears
You know
that
what?
overnight, their entire civilization simply collapsed, disappeared.
Oh.
Some dwarven scholars claim that it was one of the mighty dwarven kingdoms that struck the final blow that caused their entire society to collapse, but a close and critical reading of all the sources available puts this idea quite squarely into dispute as mere propaganda.
Oh.
What if they actually went somewhere?
Yeah.
The only place they could possibly go without anyone detecting it would be deeper towards the center of the world.
Well, it felt like we were down there pretty deep. We definitely
Yeah.
saw a city that didn't look like any of our cities up here.
We also weren't underground as well, though.
Right.
That's true.
Their city
I'm
was
sorry,
actually...
Weren't underground?
Well, we were at first. We were in this big cave with a whole city in it, but then we ended up
Mhm.
climbing outside, and it was I don't know, like a
Some
ship in
kind of
space.
void.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some kind of void, you say?
Yeah.
But we could see
Wow.
ground.
Well, this is a fringe belief among scholars. Certainly few within the Temple of Borondil will acknowledge this. It's somewhat heretical. You will see why in a moment. But he pulls out another stone book, lays it on top of the first one, and opens it up. And you see diagrams of circular objects linked together in concentric rings, depicted as if they're sort of orbiting around each other, as well
Well,
as
what's-
star charts, various celestial bodies that you might see in the night sky.
Where was that? What is that?
Yeah. Whoa.
There is a certain belief that the world we inhabit is one of many worlds that is spherical in construction. I won't bore you with the scientific theorems that appear to support the theory that our world is a sphere. But in any case, this sphere that we inhabit, the surface of, is once again, in theory, suspended in a void of nothingness, orbiting around one of millions, perhaps billions, of stars in the night sky. What you see when you look up, according to this theory, is so many suns, much like our own sun. Many
What?
of these suns have worlds of their own. Spheres orbiting around them, some inhabited by life, others not.
What was it that you said? Aliens something? What is that, like
Hmm?
a type of star?
I didn't say aliens. What?
Wait, you said a word that sounded like it. What kind? It was millions or jillions or
Millions or
something
billions
like that.
of
Yeah, what is that word?
stars? Oh, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Oh, right.
It's a lot of. Imagine,
Think
if
of-
you will.
Yeah.
Imagine, if you will, that you stand on a beach, Mr. Shepard,
Yeah.
and your feet are in the sand. The sand is made up of infinite numbers of grains, individual grains. As many grains of sand as are on that beach, according to this theory, so too are the number of stars, or suns, much like ours, in what is called the astral sea.
So stars are actually suns.
Yes.
Oh. And we're sure about all this? I mean,
Anyway.
Right.
I'm getting to the point
yeah,
here.
sorry.
I know your minds are blown.
Pluto's
The
gonna
world
be
is-
here all.
Yeah,
world
yeah,
is-
yeah. Kiona is
The world
totally
is
like,
round.
what is this man saying?
Yeah.
The sun is a star? What?
The sun is a star, and the stars are suns, and the world we inhabit is round.
some
And it is
reason the
moving-
round thing doesn't bother her so much, but the sun being a star, that's a whole.
We
Yes.
need that.
and it
We need
is,
that
and it is,
gif of all
and the
the.
world we inhabit is moving around our sun, and so the impression that we have from our perspective of the sun moving across the sky every day is merely an illusion of perspective caused by our world spinning. But in any case, what brings me to this point, Foodle says disbelievingly.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Fiona's just
I
staring at him
imagine-
like.
I
But if
imagine
it's
Foodle
spinning-
looking sideways at his friends and sort of spinning one finger around his ear as he's.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
In any case, the reason why I bring this fringe theory up to you is that it is believed that there are certain formations of solid rock and ice that hurtle through this void called the Astral Sea that do not have a sun of their own to be tethered to. Whether because they are too small, whether because they have somehow escaped the pull of these stars, they move through space under their own momentum forever unless they collide with another celestial body, such as a world or a star.
Which
It
is what
sounds
is
to
gonna
me-
happen.
It sounds to me like you, in your vision, may have been on one such body of rock.
But how would you get such a place?
An excellent question. I have no
I mean-
idea.
From my understanding, it was like a dream, but how they got there, I can't say.
Now,
It hurt an awful lot to be a dream.
Yeah.
back to the Nothics. And he picks up the wackadoo so-called space book about the world being round and moving around the sun. Nonsense. He puts that aside and back to the book that shows the Nothics, and he kind of rewinds a bit. He flips back a couple of pages.
And as he does so, Ghost, Foodle sort of quietly pulls out, and because Snaz donated bits, he's like, I am not. He's internally, he's like, I am not nearly high enough for this bullshit. And
Fiona
so he
looks at him
pulls
and doesn't blame him.
and so he pulls out a Kiona leaf and he lights that up.
Ooh! Oh!
Why he donated bits? I mean,
All right.
oh
Okay.
shit!
Little fiery red
All
leaf.
right.
E100. Here we go.
Roll the D100.
Oh,
so,
God.
For anybody in chat, I know there are some people who have come into this campaign
Please
like a
don't
little
do
bit
that.
later. Kiona is a wild
Please
magic
don't fire
sorcerer. She occasionally rolls on the wild
Oh.
magic surge table.
You just regained
she
2d10 hit points.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Woo!
Reroll
Oh.
Reroll.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do
No,
it.
Snaz gave real world money for this.
Yeah.
Um,
83. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Ghost.
So Kiona one time rolled a wild magic surge that turned her into a potted plant. Oh, I like the looks of this. Turned her into a potted plant. We decided it was a smoke leaf plant, which Foodle has a smoke leaf addiction. Although, as a marijuana connoisseur, Foodle insists that one cannot get addicted to smoke leaf. But in any case, he obviously has a smoke leaf addiction.
He just enjoys it. I don't know.
Right. And so he took some leaves from the polymorphed Kiona smoke leaf plant and saved them. And every time he smokes one, he rolls a wild magic surge. So, Flutter, what did he get for an 83?
An 83 is each creature within 30 feet of you
No.
takes 1d10 necrotic damage.
Oh my
No!
God.
What?
You regain hit points equal
Oh.
to the sum of the necrotic damage dealt. So
Okay.
you get healed, but the rest of us are gonna get
Oh.
hurt.
Oh, jeez, that's so bad.
So roll a d10, woof.
Oh my god, the priest is like, what's your problem, dude? I said it was just a theory.
So, wait, no, this is the wrong batch. I'm sorry.
I actually do not know what to do about this because he's
Oh,
here giving you
God.
exposition.
I
you just
know.
damaged
Right?
him.
And you
You
just
just
I
damaged
didn't
him.
mean
How do I
It's
deal
not
with this
so-
situation?
Is
How
it
do I actually
maybe-
deal with
Maybe Ghost, do you remember Practical
How do I
Magic when she
actually
like
deal with
walks
this?
by the tree and she like lets out the sigh and the leaves fall?
Is that the Sandra Bullock one?
Yes. Did you watch
Okay,
it? I feel like
I've-
Megan would have made you watch it. I mean, I
Oh,
feel
no,
like I
I've-
would have made you watch
Oh,
it
no,
at some
I've seen
point.
it. No, I've seen
Okay.
it. I've seen it.
So
I was
that
still in high
release
school,
of
but I've seen
energy, right?
Okay.
So she releases the energy, like, and it's negative, and the leaves fall from the tree. Maybe that's something similar to what happens. Is that Foodle is so like that, like he just and, like this wave of necrotic energy just comes out of him, and we're all like, "What?"
And Gadrick Glitterstone sort of, he's like, now, here's the most important and juicy bit of lore here. Oh,
And he leans over, gripping the table as if suddenly, oh my,
what
Oh,
have
no,
you done?
are you-
What is in that? What is-
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Foodle, was
I've had-
that one of my leaves?
I have half a mind to no longer give you this key information.
Snoz, please.
Uh,
Well, okay. But here, what if I? Oh, actually, hold on. I've got an idea. Do you like owls?
I suppose.
Well,
I like
I think
not having my life force drained away.
Right,
even more
right. Well,
than I like owls.
yes. Well, here's what I'm thinking. Instead of me touching you, because you may have,
No,
understandably.
don't touch me. Don't
Yeah. Andrew pops out of Foodle's backpack and sort of flies over, landing near him, and like sort of nuzzles him. And Foodle's gonna cast what is it? Cure Wounds
okay.
through.
what
his
an amazing
familiar.
mess! I love this.
There we go. 7 Cure Wounds healing. Mark off the spell slot. Oh
I
God.
am way too tired and out of it for this.
I'm sorry.
You
Hopefully
are-
that helped. I didn't know. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna get a different batch and put us just gonna get a different one.
Yes. There's actually no smoking in the temple.
Right? Yeah. Okay. Well,
If
you
you don't
guys keep
mind-
going, and
If you
Foodle's
don't
just
mind,
gonna
perhaps
leave.
step
Foodle
up-
Poodle just
Thank you.
beelines for the door.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. He sometimes
thank
gets
Borundel.
a little overwhelmed.
Yes, that's not no smoking in the temple isn't actually a rule. I'm just a little bit. I'm a
You
little bit.
bastard.
I'm a little bit miffed with him right now. If I'm honest, that was very untoward. Like that's actual hit points damage he dealt to me.
I understand. He did hit me too, and it looks like Mazra as well. I'm sure it was an accident, though.
Actually, this has never happened before. I'm really not sure how to do. He seemed like a nice enough person. Like,
Sometimes-
you all seem quite nice, but
Things go awry around us.
That's
Yes,
one
well.
way to describe us.
Oh my God. Let the games begin.
You all seem.
That's not just a narrative paper cut. Like, I lost hit points over that. That's like,
How many hit
but it-
points?
but he healed you, right?
How many hit points
Yes,
are you
well,
down?
yes, but that hardly makes up for it. It's like killing my dog and then buying me a new puppy.
Mazra
but in any
reaches
case,
into
He doesn't actually
Her
say any
bag.
of this. He doesn't say anything about
And-
hit points.
gives him
I'm like, what? It's a little extreme, don't you think? Excuse me.
she gives him a donut. Like,
Oh god. Oh, you guys, I can't handle this. Okay.
This game.
Windbags are at it again. You guys.
In any case, I don't know why I'm telling you this. I shouldn't like you folks anymore, but I just do. But
we're very lovable.
in any case, if you turn your attention back to this manuscript,
and he had turned the pages back a couple of pages here.
legends tell that the Nothics fell from, came to this world, not of this world, but came inside of a stone that fell from the sky, as large as a mountain. Within it were all forms of aberrations. Every type of aberrant being that exists in this world came from this falling rock. Other than the Illithids, of course. They are a story for a different time. Now, as you tell me, this seems to lend credence to this legendary story.
Right.
That seems the most likely explanation.
What would you say if I said it might happen again?
Sorry, that's not even what I said, Megan. I said every
It was
every
no,
we
it was
all
training.
aberration,
You're
every
just like-
aberration came
just like
from that stone.
They came inside
They came
Oh my
inside a
God.
stone.
a stone.
All of you just shut up. All of you just shut up. Why?
I want to remind Ghost that Foodle's not there.
Yes, Strudel's not there.
First you deal necrotic damage to
Sure,
me, now you deal
save your
psychic
own ass.
damage to me.
Anyway, what would you say if I said it might happen again?
Well, I'm quite unsure of if it could happen again. In theory, it has happened many times before, and it will happen again since. There are many such rocks floating around in the astral sea, untethered to any star, hurtling around, waiting until they strike an object, such as a world. Certainly, relatively few of them must have entire cities or creatures living on them. From the sounds of what you're telling me, however, is that you may have witnessed events past just as likely as you have witnessed a premonition of the future.
I think so.
Perhaps what you saw was how these creatures came to this world.
I think that's pretty likely.
Does seem so. Well, I suppose. I don't know.
Do your books mention anything about any sort of six-eyed creatures?
I've never encountered that specifically. There are certainly creatures in this world with many quantities of eyes, above or below the number 2. But specifically 6 eyes? Nothing rings a bell for that.
Well, I think we have a lot to think about. Do you trust
Wow.
your network of people
I'm
that
sorry.
you were saying moves objects?
I do.
But we appreciate the information.
Yes.
We may be back.
Anything I can do to help? To be clear, as a matter of some personal importance to me, War Priest Gilbrand did not turn to the path he is currently on by his own choice. Would you say this is what you have confirmed in your vision?
It seems that way.
Then I am relieved and sad for him.
And you would do well to keep your eyes open. And be aware of those six-eyed creatures we mentioned. Kiona, actually... is it... Are they in the book? Is there a picture of them in the book? That she has? The Shagraz book?
The Shagraz book. Have you spent... You have not spent any downtime.
She
studying
hasn't
it yet.
specifically yet. She was going to this time, and then
Yeah.
things went awry.
Yeah, so I want to start revealing stuff from that book,
Mhm.
sort of as you look into it.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm
So
gonna
then
say
she
you haven't
won't-
had a
yeah,
chance to
she'll
really
just
crack
say-
into it yet.
Right. So, she'll just say, so just beware. And especially if you see... Well, I guess around here you see a lot of them. And she was gonna reach in and grab one of those crystals, but then remembered that they like this city uses them like ubiquitously. So she's like, oh well, just be careful, I guess.
Yes, well, thank you for the advice. I
You may
hope
hear
for-
from us again.
I hope for our mutual friend Gilbrand's sake that you find what you are looking for. And we have some answers to what has happened to him and what sounds like is happening to many others.
Indeed. Thank you for your help.
Yes. Any time. Please feel free to come back and visit.
And with that, Kiona will look at Mazra, and if Mazra is good, they'll head out.
Is Foodle outside?
Find Foodle sitting
Oh,
by one of
yeah,
the
I did.
statues.
So you guys both came out. Yeah. Foodle's just like he's if there's one. Oh God. Hopefully this isn't something bad, but like if there's one that he can like sit on, like if it's somebody in a sitting pose, maybe he's sitting on their lap or whatever. Like he's just like
So the statue garden has like stone benches here and there. Like it's meant to be a
perfect.
place
Alright,
where
sounds
people
fun.
come and they sit and they admire the artwork. You know, they spend some time sort of studying and reflecting upon it.
Oh, hello. How'd it go, you guys? I was just, oh, these statues are kind of crazy. You know, I thought I saw one moving, but I forgot the thing. I forgot what to say, Kiona.
Comes can spring be far behind.
Right. Yeah, I don't see him moving anymore, so that's good.
And you hear nothing.
A statue grinding to a stop like that. No.
What did they used to say? They're like command received or something like that.
Right, yeah. So how did one of Balians get down here? That's...
God.
Well.
Well, I hope whatever you found out was useful. I mean, I think the guy's a little. He seems nice enough, but I think he's a little.
Well,
yeah.
He does
Some
say
of what
some pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah, but some of what he said confirms what we saw, so...
That's true. And I bet if we talk with them scholars, there'll be even more of it.
Oh.
About the clock, you think?
Can't help but thinking it's counting down to those stars. Or suns.
We could go ask him.
Yeah? Yeah. I think that makes sense, right? Or does it? Oh.
The day is also starting to get a bit long, and you know that you need to give Rezik and the Black Guild an answer.
We
about
had
how
2 days for that, though, didn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, frick, I gave you 2 days. So.
Oh, thank God. I was like, wait, what? Okay, good.
Why did I give you 2 days for that?
Sorry, Ghost Pepper.
Okay. Yeah, well, let's go ask them, I guess.
Yeah. As they're walking, Masha 2 will like kind of lean over and she's not trying to keep Foodle out, she's keeping her voice low and just be like, I definitely think we should keep that thing to ourselves right now.
Right, but if anybody should have it, it's them, right? I mean, it's their god.
Yeah,
It's
but
their
I don't
artifact.
trust some randos that not even he knows to take it somewhere. Who knows whose hands
I
it could
know
be.
it doesn't sound good, but what are we
If
gonna
that
do
thing-
with it, Mazra?
I mean, if that thing can crack the world or whatever they were trying to do with it, like, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, just leave it in that bag for the rest of the time.
Guess that's an option if nobody else knows it's there.
at least we know that it will be safe with us.
Yeah. Will it?
I mean, I'm not planning to use it again.
Well, I mean, I just mean, we get in sticky situations from time to time.
We do. But,
Well, we can't be using that thing.
Well,
I would
This is
just
why
say,
we need to find a way to get rid of it.
out of all of us, though, you are the two I trust.
yeah.
That came in on a very particularly soaring part of that music. I just
Yeah,
restarted
it's-
this. I just restarted the city music from where it left off, and I didn't realize it was like right at a crescendo.
Right.
Yeah, if the day's getting late, we'd probably just head back, I assume, to the
Right.
tavern.
And then do the
Yeah.
scholars the next day. Was there anything else we were gonna do?
I think it was
Well,
just
you
like
do-
general, like. Oh, go ahead.
You do each have time for downtime.
Oh,
You
yeah.
did.
Because
submit to
Kiona
me
was
some
gonna
things you
study the
wanted to
book.
do. Yeah, you did submit to me some things you wanted to do for downtime. Now, I don't know that we're gonna keep going with this session for much longer, so we may be able to do like 1 or 2 more scenes here, but we can save the rest for next time.
All right. Well, let's
Okay.
do the scholars at least, because we knew we want to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's see where we're at after that. Maybe.
All right.
Gotta get the answers.
Yeah. But only as
We
long
need-
as you're still good to keep going, Ghost.
We need
Yeah,
to.
oh, yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
Okay.
for sure. But
Is
we need to
there- is
figure
there
out how to.
Is there anything you need to do at down below before you tuck in for the night, or are you kind of just going straight to bed?
Oh, I think we probably are good, right?
Yeah, I think so.
There's a lot
Well-
of brain explosion happening today. Big
Well,
thoughts.
Yeah, Ghost, the only important thing to Foodle was like talking to people, and maybe he can do that on the way back to the their
Oh,
rooms
random like people.
at the down below. Yeah, just getting
Okay.
a sense, and the sense that I got, like that can be off screen. The sense that I got from talking to Noam Chomsky and being part of that rally is that by and large, obviously there are individuals, but like by and large the people are they're wanting a change.
So
Okay.
yeah, so on as you're doing this, why don't you roll an insight roll?
Oh, right. Okay.
This is just gonna be for you chatting people
Okay.
up and taking the general temperature.
Okay. Oh, that's a 17. Sorry, an 18 plus 7 for 25.
Nice.
Nice, yeah. Yeah, and basically you definitely, like you said, the people of the Rift are ready for change, particularly sort of the more lower class people. There is a class dynamic in play where some people who are a bit higher up in the hierarchy, but not necessarily at the tippity top, like things the way they are. As Mazar witnessed, and as you're moving back to the down below, you are moving through sort of the craftsman's area here, the tradesman's district, where some of the more skilled and entrepreneurial tradesmen like blacksmiths and jewelers and stone carvers and stone masons, as opposed to quarriers, right? Where they live and they do their trade. And as you're chatting some of these people up, they're, it's people's demands are unreasonable and things are actually good the way that they are, right? Because of course these people who are a little bit higher up the food chain have it pretty good. They have a pretty comfortable life, right?
Yeah.
And so they
Yeah.
don't necessarily, they are laborers who work with their hands, right? But given given that they occupy a bit of a higher stratum inside the rift, they don't really see common cause. Many of them with the miners and the quarriers and the foresters and the people who are perhaps their skills are less common, right?
Yeah.
Or more common.
Yeah.
But by and large, yeah, for the majority of the people that you run into, you are sensing a bit of a hunger for change. But even within that, there is the giant water cape at the center of town. First of all, Snozzberries, you criticize my art?
Oh no.
This is my art. Okay, I'm not Jam or Mumbles or Delta Flareon or any of these people. That much is obvious. No. But even within the people who are agitating for change, there's a lot of disagreement, even among people who kind of have some more secondhand sympathy for the miners who are striking and the other people who are sort of joining them in solidarity. There are some divisions among these people in terms of, do we burn the whole system down, or should we be more cautious, and should we be more sort of methodical and thoughtful in our approach rather than a more direct action kind of way. So there's no clear answer, in other words, from what you find for what the people want.
Right.
And more, Foodle, with your high insight roll, you begin to wonder, is there really any such thing as the people? At least in this town.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
And
Well,
with that-
Foodle's got a lot to think about. Yeah, he heads back. Sorry. I keep forgetting I'm muted. Anyway.
You reach the down below, and the usual suspects are all there. Cordania is there. Meliki is in her water tank dancing with the bioluminescent jellyfish. Rezik is there behind the bar, polishing mugs or wiping the countertop with the mug between serving food and drinks to customers. Durlin was kind of around the side of the bar, and you catch him like he's watching Meliki's performance. But as soon as he sees you and notices that you see him, he's like not looking. He's like, yeah, I wasn't looking at that. And he spends the rest
Can
of his
Mazra
time
go
sort of
over and be like,
looking down into his tankard of ale.
do you want me to tell her you like her?
And he's like mid-drink while you say this. He's just like does a massive spit take. And Rezik is like, damn it, Durlin, I just wiped that section of bar off. He's just coughing. Sorry, Rezik. Went down the wrong tube, I suppose. Shut up. What are you talking about?
I mean, you should just go ask her out.
Why would I do that? Do you see the size of her father?
I mean,
He'll
it's not
play
his
my
decision.
spine like an accordion.
I mean, are you asking him out?
No, of
And
course
why
not.
does it matter?
That's his. Look, you don't understand. She's She's the apple of his eye. He would kill me.
I don't think he would.
I'm not good enough for her, and he knows it.
Sensing a lack of confidence here.
Say, what is this supposed to be anyway? Sort of heartwarming she-orc with a heart of gold. What are you?
No.
Is it? You angling to be
Fiona,
like a big
hearing
sister or
him
something?
say that, Fiona will
Like, what?
look at him like, "Where are you going with this?"
She was mildly insulted that he thinks she has a heart.
Am I in some sort of after-school special here?
I don't know about you, Mazra, but I'm too tired for any of that. I'm going.
There. If you want to sit in your misery, be my guest.
Ah. He turns away from you, and he's like beet red. He's like beet purple. but he's there. He's here playing it cool, like whatever. Not like I care. Nothing you say affects me. You damn grown-ups. And he's yeah. And so you head up to your rooms. Anything that you do before you tuck in, or are we moving on?
You can move
We're
on.
moving on.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
up to you. I know.
Yeah.
I know some of the stuff that you wanted to do is like more solitary kinds, so you could do that at that time. But yeah, you tuck in for the evening. You get a long rest and wake up. Kiona, you wake up the next morning with a wanging headache.
Again?
Yeah, you have suffered 5 points of psychic damage.
The heck?
Oh,
Oh no.
cause that's the second day in a row. She comes down to breakfast looking like all hell.
Wait, Kiana, are you okay?
I
You
don't
didn't
know.
read
I
more of
just
that
can't
book, did you?
shake this headache.
Oh.
No, I didn't last night. I was too tired, but just like yesterday.
Oh no. That seems bad. Oh,
Did you do something to yourself?
yeah, I mean,
Did you have any dreams last night?
No. I don't know, you guys.
That's very odd.
So
I
is
like
this
it.
is this like, I guess she'll keep going. I mean, she just had like, it'll go away after a while, right?
Oh yeah, the headache goes away after a while. Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
obviously you don't heal the damage on your own, but
Right. Yeah, I don't know, guys.
It's a little concerning.
Yeah, I agree.
I guess we don't know anything. Just keep an eye on it, I suppose.
Right. Maybe we've just been working extra, and I'm not sleeping well or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, This is the second night in a row?
Yeah.
I mean, 2 days ago we were doing crazy stuff in that crazy place.
I know, but what would I be able to do to make it stop? What even happened?
Well, I don't know. Okay, above table, I have a thought, but I don't know. I don't think this is something that would occur to Foodle, so it's maybe something that might occur to Mazra, but like, I think somebody would have to double check. But I think it's come up once before. The identify spell, I don't think any of us have it, but it might let us know if you're cursed. Foodle does have a potion of remove curse. But I don't think any of this would occur to Foodle.
Fiona can if yeah, I was gonna say somebody would have to tell her, because with that new book that she has, she would be able to do that identify spell, but she has to know the night before so she can prep it. Question mark.
Yeah, it might not be identified. I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know how that works.
Well, Mazra, do you think that she could have been affected at all?
I mean, we were all together through all of it, and then, I mean, what happened when we woke up? We just, I mean,
Yeah,
from what I understand, we all went through the same situation together.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Well,
Kiona, was there anything that sticks out to you that might have been different for you?
What's your messenger doing?
Fiona checks in with her passenger. Ghost Pepper?
Oh, my mic was off.
Oh no!
Sorry. I don't know, Kiona. I feel fine. I'm not sure what's happening to you.
I can't either.
It's
I
got
don't
nothing
think
to do with me.
Right. We're fine. I mean, they're fine.
Yeah, and
don't
nothing.
know. I can't think of anything.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I got this new book, but
Right. Well, I guess if you think of anything, let us know. Am I? Sorry, this is above table. Am I like losing it? I'm a little out of it too tonight because it's been a day. But am I misread? Didn't Kiona have like?
Well, she had like a different vision at the end, but we don't know that.
We all had. Yeah, it's true. Anyway,
I think Foodle and Mazra we just like blacked out.
right.
But then Kiona had like a different thing.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay,
So
at
we
least
did-
I'm not misremembering that.
Yeah. The only other thing I can think of is thinking you're just some kind of a magical
That's,
killer.
I mean, it could be as
Well-
simple as she's connected to that place, right? Like, I don't know.
yeah. Or they're using those crystals everywhere around the city. Like, I don't know. She's got that whole like magic thrum in her all the time here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you kind of constantly feel it.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why when she went to tell him about the crystals, she was like, "Oh, never mind. They're fucking everywhere." Just,
Right.
Why, yes, my shoes are made of them.
Right. So, with that, I mean, she'll just, do whatever the easy remedy is for a headache and move on and try to pay attention to, like,
Yeah.
because she drank the night before, but she expected when she got up this morning that it was from drinking the night before or whatever he fed her. But 2 nights in a row, that doesn't seem right. So,
Well, anyway, I guess, yeah, we should definitely keep an eye on that.
right.
Now, today, we're off to talk to those clock people, right?
Right. The scholars.
Let's go do
Yeah.
that, probably.
All right.
What's that?
Let's go do that first, I think.
Right.
Okay, and then so as you make your way to the guild hall here, that serves as the central organ of government in the Rift, you find once again standing in the shadow of the massive astronomical clock, the Cosmologion. I'll show that to players and to stream so that they can see. This is actually a real life medieval clock that exists today, but in any case, that's the inspiration for it. You find the scholars at the bottom on the ground looking up at this and still sort of discussing, debating with one another, tracing notes, making sketches of what they see on the clock in their various notebooks and pads of paper.
Yeah, what's this? Oh, you again? Well, welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I'm sorry. I was just looking for my notes from the last time we were here.
Oh, yes, I have that problem all the time myself. Frankly, I take so many notes about this accursed clock that sometimes it's very hard to keep track of them.
Right, well, I remember you said you thought it might be counting down to something.
Well, somewhat. Not so much counting down as the hands of the clock are stuck.
Oh, right.
Yes, at 3 minutes to 3 o'clock. Ever since the winter season started. The onset of Cauliflumps. Damn Cauliflumps gets into my joints and makes them so stiff and achy.
Is there any chance that the time on the clock might be a time of stars lining up?
Well, not the time on the clock itself, but on the astronomical clock below it. And it looks a lot like this, with like a more sort of timepiece keeping clock on top, and then on the bottom is more of like a moving calendar.
that tracks the movement of the stars. So much like in this picture here, where you have like the clock on top and a secondary sort of calendar clock on the bottom. Would you like me to go over it again for you?
Right, maybe, yes.
Yes, well, so as I said, the time on the upper clock has been stuck at 3 minutes to 3 o'clock since the onset of cauliflowers. Of 60 symbols represented on the clock, 6 are taken to be portentous or relevant to this particular configuration of the clock. Because 3 minutes are subtracted from the hour, 3 of the symbols in this combination are widely believed to be in negation, is the term that we use. Symbols which are meant to be interpreted as in distress, ruin, inversion, or reversal of their obvious meaning. Which of these they are something of a mystery. Above table, I know that Flutterdye, you are obviously, and I'm about to mansplain something to you that you are way more versed in than I am, but like I know that you do like you're into like tarot cards and things like that, right? And I know that if you draw one that's like upside down, the meaning is like meant to be reversed, or
Right.
in some cases like a bad omen kind of thing. That's what the in negation means, essentially, right? Is that some
Right.
kind of idea? In any case, back to this. These 6 symbols that are meant to be portentous, and I will point them out to you right now, are as follows. We have 3 pillars, a warrior, a priest, and a mage standing side by side, a dancing infernal creature with purple skin and goat legs, a plain robed scholar holding a book in one hand, and in the other his hand is held up and palm out. This, of course, is believed to represent the Wayfarer himself, who constructed the Cosmologion. A woman weaving at a loom, and a great flowing river. Now, since you asked about the stars, once again, each of these symbols is touched by the orbital path of a particular star depicted in the star chart at the center of the lower clock face. So if I direct your attention there, and those stars are, I wrote these out for you guys last time.
I have them all, yeah.
Notes. Yeah. And so these stars are Solaket, Nimitor, Dalatash, Norema, Neftalia, and Avanosti.
Right. And the stars are relation to the 6? How?
The symbols touch the orbiting path of these 6 stars.
I see.
And so the Wayfarer, when he constructed this clock, this is essentially a star chart, a celestial calendar of sorts that tracks the position of the stars relative to the season, to the year.
So the priest of Burndale was saying that the sun is also a star.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, apparently there's jillions of them.
Jillion is not a number, but perhaps billions, maybe trillions.
Right, yeah.
You see, have you ever been on a beach?
Well, we did hear about that, though.
Oh, yes, of course. I mean, I came
What
up with
would
that, but
happen?
whatever. I was the first person to use that analogy, just so you know.
Okay. Well, it's a very good one.
Thank you.
I guess.
Thank you.
What do you think?
The other
in your-
scholars are like rolling their eyes. They're like, you did not come up with it.
Oh my god, Carl. You did come.
What,
Oh my
what,
god. Charles, be serious.
what would happen when these stars, specifically these 6 stars, align, do you think? Is there any kind of event or something that, is recorded having gone on before?
Well, these 6 stars. There are a number of ancient civilizations which held that the position of certain stars in the night sky was portentous in some way, of course. At a certain season of year, a certain star will align with the peak of a mountain. Yes, blah, blah, blah. These 6 in particular, there was a civilization that is long since extinct in far, far, far in ancient times. That much of the surviving literature that they produced deals with these 6 stars. It's been something of a mystery to scholars, and frankly, it's quite intellectually exciting that this is coming up now, because those of us who have devoted our lives to studying the Cosmologion are quite curious about, exactly as you said, what might happen. Possibly nothing. The rational, academic mind, sharpened by intellectual and philosophical rigor, doesn't believe in such superstitions as aligning stars leading to giant rocks falling from the sky, cracking open like an egg and unleashing hordes of hellish creatures on the earth. It's preposterous. But in any case, I'm quite curious to see what all the fuss is about.
You know, by any chance, what the stars look like when the rift was formed?
Oh, this rift? That we're in? Well, not so different from how they look now, I suppose. Here is a star chart. And he sort of flips through his notebook and he shows you a star chart of the night sky. And yeah, when you look at the star chart as it presently exists on the Cosmologion, certainly some stars have drifted out of place. These 6 stars have changed their position since that time, but every star has. You see, the stars are constantly in motion, but they do follow a rational and predictable pattern of movement. The Wayfarer clearly understood this. It took us all many years of close research and rigorous analysis to reach the same conclusion, but yes, certainly the stars were somewhat different.
But would they still line up?
Well, stars do not line up as such, miss. That is all a matter of perspective.
Okay, well, Do you know anything more about that Wayfarer there?
Oh, some sort of a mage or wizard or holy man of some kind, a hermit, if you will. Nobody knows his real name, that's why we call him the Wayfarer. He moves from place to place, leaving strange gifts and contraptions, much like this, behind wherever he goes.
Are there other places with things that he's lived?
Yes, here and there. Many of these are often destroyed or stolen, lost. Certainly, whenever the Wayfarer strolls into town and leaves something behind, excitement soon follows. Sometimes boons of good fortune, sometimes disasters.
And you say he
Legend
left this some
tells.
10 years ago.
Yes. Built it overnight. Quite extraordinary.
Built it overnight, huh?
I was here myself.
Did you see him do it?
No, nobody did. I wish I did.
Kiona's gonna look at Mazra.
How were you here but didn't see it?
It was overnight. I was asleep.
Well, then you
No.
shouldn't have said you were here.
I know I look quite youthful, but 10 years ago I assure you I was still an old man.
Well, did anyone actually observe him building it? Was everyone?
Did he gather materials or anything?
Well, it's the damnedest thing, actually. Now that you mentioned it, he commissioned the construction of this tower upon the Guild Hall. And that took some time. That took a number of years, but it was a simple, plain edifice. And he told us he was going to do something spectacular with it once it was finished. And the day before the tower was meant to be officially opened to much fanfare, that is the night that the Cosmologion simply appeared the next morning. And
How
the
tall is
Wayfarer
this
was
thing?
gone. There's some 50, 60 feet up.
No, but how big is it, like, physically?
The tower or the clock?
No, the clock.
Oh, the clock is approximately 15 to 20 feet tall, 10 feet wide,
Couldn't
thereabouts.
you just built it somewhere and then stuck it on there overnight?
I suppose.
But you didn't see it before he did that.
No.
Has it always been stuck at 257? No, just from this season.
No, just from this season. No, heavens no.
Are there parts of it inside the tower?
Yes. Its basic function is mechanical. However, the mechanical parts, according to the finest engineers in the Rift who have observed it many, many times and attempted to take it apart and put it back together again, but they could never get inside it. But from their observations, they report that the mechanical parts present can't possibly account for all of its functions.
So how do we get access to look at it?
Oh, you need, of course, permission from the Guild Council. I could put in a good word for you.
Those people that have their
Oh.
meetings up there,
Yes,
should kind of
you met with them the other day.
I suppose.
That would take some time, though, right?
Well, a day or two. I would be happy to submit the application on your behalf. It's not often that our little niche fascination attracts the attention of other visitors to this degree.
Well, that's very nice of you.
Yes, I'd be very curious to see inside of it.
Well then, I shall make the arrangements. Where can you be reached?
You know the welcome center in the middle of the main square, the market square
Yes.
circle.
Yes, of course.
If
Yes.
if you leave a message with fuck, what did we name it? One of the robots there, we'll pick it up.
Okay.
Perfect.
Leave a message with one of the constructs there.
Yes.
The one
Thank
with
you.
a name.
Yes. They
Are you
responds to
aware
Timothy.
that none of
Jeffrey.
them have names?
Jeffrey is his name.
It was of course, because it's
Jeffrey.
Pug. I was like, it has something to do with Pug. Jeffrey, that's right.
Jeffrey? What a
Yes.
preposterous name.
We
Oh, it's a great name.
are you
It's a nonsense
trying,
name for a construct.
Agricultural naming practices.
I'm sorry, your microphone is cutting out. I can barely hear you. You sound like you're deep in a tunnel right now, even though you're standing right in front of me.
It really did.
Is it working now?
Yes,
Yeah.
better than before, yes.
Are you questioning our cultural naming practices?
Yes, because they're illogical.
What's
We're
your
so
name?
off the rails tonight, you guys.
God.
I am Professor Charles Baudeclair at your service.
That sounds pretty illogical to me.
Professor Baudeclair
at
just
any
narrows
rate-
his eyes at you.
We would really sincerely appreciate being able to look at the clock a little bit deeper. And also, have you ever figured out which of the things are inverse? If you know there's a list of them and there's some of them that are inverse?
No, it is unfortunately beyond our understanding if there are any indications of which symbols are in negation. It is beyond our understanding to tell which are, except in retrospect, in hindsight. We have, as yet in all our time studying the Cosmologion, never been able to fully interpret a combination of symbols until after the event itself has happened.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we look forward to your message. And then Foodle looks, unless there's, anything else?
I think that's all I got today.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for taking your interest in our little area of academic study. We are quite grateful that the younger generation has taken an interest in this sort of thing.
I think it's fascinating. I don't think I fully understand it, but
Yes, well, that
He
is
doesn't
the
know the word
fascinating thing
fascinating.
about it. None of us fully understand it.
Yeah. But we're gonna figure it out.
That's the spirit, young boy.
All right.
Okay,
It's
so
just like
above
looking
table,
up the clock.
what I'm seeing is that there are six pictures and there are 6 stars, and that they cross paths somehow.
Yeah, the pictures are aligned in a certain way. Like if you imagine the pictures sort of spin around,
Mm-hmm.
right around the edge, kind of like the pictures of the saints in this in the bottom clock here, kind of
Right.
move around, right? But the orbital paths, not of the stars, not the stars themselves, they move along the orbital paths, but the orbital paths remain fixed, and
Right.
those symbols are touching the orbital paths of 6 particular stars.
Of those stars. Okay. And are the symbols themselves touching specific stars? Like, is
Yes,
the 3
6
pillars
stars-
touching the
6 stars of
Stoliket?
it.
Or do you have...
Yeah,
do you-
let's say it's in that order.
It's in that order, too?
It's in that order
Okay.
of the list. Like, so the 3 pillars are touching Soliket, the warrior priest and
Nimitor
mage
is what...
are
Okay.
touching Nimitor, and so on and so on and so on.
Okay. Right. Well...
Set that thing on fire. She says once they're far away.
Yeah, this was not information that I was hoping for today, but that's okay. Sometimes that's what happens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I suppose it's information.
Right.
Mm.
That clock definitely has something to do with my magic. I just don't know how to make it click. Maybe if we could get inside, I could somehow see something else.
I'll
Anyway. What's next?
Well, I mean, it's day 2. I think we gotta figure out what we're doing.
Thoughts?
I talked to a lot of people in the city, and obviously they've got a lot of thoughts. I don't know. I'm not... I mean, what is the point of being, maybe is a too strong a term, but heroes, if we're not going to try to make the world a better place? I think I have to do something. I'm not okay with how this city operates, yeah. I don't like it.
I don't mind helping, but if they ask for using that chisel, I gotta say no, Foodle.
I'm of that mind as well. I think it's too dangerous to be used.
Oh, why? I mean,
Foodle.
What?
Oh, go
We
ahead.
use it once, people will know. People will find out. As it is, there are already too many people that know that chisel exists.
and
How are we gonna keep it safe?
well, I don't know. Before I left, God, now I don't know. Forget when Foodle left. Didn't Gadri say that there was a way?
Not a way that I trust. My argument isn't so much that, but you didn't see the street when it got moved. It was weird and uncanny. So, my thing is too, I don't have issue with helping. I also agree that there are things that need to be done, but I feel that if you want to assist, we can assist. And I feel like if we assist, we won't need to use the chisel.
Really?
mean,
We've
they
gotten
said-
through some pretty sticky situations before, haven't we?
And I would also
yeah.
I would also caution the fact that using the chisel, if we start using it for anything, we may start getting used to using it for anything. So,
Mm. I don't know. I mean, the whole point of going out here is to make this a better place, like, for everyone, right? If we're not going to use powerful artifacts to do that, what good are they? I mean, this is kind of like, you know, and I don't always agree, Mazra, but this is kind of what you always say about the gods. It's like, you know, if they're not going to do something to make the world better, what's the point?
it's fair, but I do feel like not using the chisel doesn't mean we're not going to do anything.
Right. Yeah, they were talking about. I shouldn't say it here. It's just that, you know, it makes it guaranteed.
We can also make it guaranteed.
But does it? You never know what could go wrong.
Hmm. Well, look, I mean, I wasn't there, like Mazra said, but I trust you, Mazra. I trust both of you. If you guys think there's a better way, let's do that. But I have to do something.
I don't disagree. So I think that should be our answer, that we're willing to help them, but the chisel needs to remain.
Yeah. Okay. I think I can. Yeah, we can do that. All right. Well, I guess we should get off the street, huh? Get some rest. Let them know what we're thinking.
Right. And I really wanted to check out that book.
Yeah. Well, I guess just be careful with it and make sure you're monitoring yourself. Well, he doesn't know that word. Make sure you're paying attention to yourself. You know, no more headaches. The really bad ones.
Right. Well, I don't know that they're coming from the book. I mean, I didn't look at it last night.
Well, no, but
And also, I was talking about the other book. Sorry.
oh right. oh okay. Well, the thing. I mean, we don't know, right? All I'm saying is, if you have a connection to this book, if it's affecting you, and then you read some of it, you know, the other book, and if things get worse, then maybe that's a clue, right?
Right.
Anyway, that's all I was thinking.
I agree.
Okay, well, big decisions. I think I could use a rest.
Indeed.
Bruce, where are we? Where are we at? I'm trying to think where we are on the map. Do we get to walk back under the waterfall? Or we already did
No.
that, huh?
No,
Okay,
no,
okay,
no.
okay.
Yeah, you were
Okay.
here. This is where the Cosmologion is. Oops.
Okay.
Sorry, stream. I need to close that on the stream too. This is where the Cosmologion is. and this is where down below is down here.
Right. Okay. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, Foodle heads back
All right.
to the inn. Down below. With his friends, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Yeah, and as you arrive back at the down below, it's getting on towards the appointed time where the leadership of the Black Guild have agreed to reconvene their meeting and decide on their path forward. And so you meet together with Rezik and the other leaders of the organization. Here we are. Let me just fix this for stream. There you are. Once again, meeting around the table. Rezik brings the meeting to order. Let's begin. So, the last time we met, there was a considerable amount of disagreement over what our next course of action is. We asked for our friends here to assist us, and it is still up to you what you wish to do. Broadly speaking, there are two strategies that the Black Guild will pursue, with or without the assistance of the discretionaries. Either we use the Ord Skara in a direct action against the Grand Trades Council, or with or without the aid of the Ord Skara, we break into the treasury and steal the city's gold. Turning it over to the hands of the people's will to finance their takeover of the city.
Well, we talked about it and we thought about it a lot, and I asked the people of the city, and as long as I'm not speaking out of turn, he sort of looks at his friends. We're gonna break in the old-fashioned way.
And Rezik looks... Actually, I want all of you to roll insight checks to see how the different people around the table...
Inside with Book of Memory!
Oh, all right. Foodle got a 2 + 7. He's not really paying attention. He's looking at his friend.
Yeah.
Making sure he's not speaking out of turn.
Ooh.
That's pretty normal for Mazra, to be honest, when it comes to that.
Did that not roll?
I did not see a roll. Okay. 7 + 6 is 13.
13.
Rezik is pretty inscrutable at the best of times.
Oh.
But you do see... Oh, it was just really delayed?
Yeah, it must have been.
Okay. Well, we'll take the first roll, obviously.
Right. Yeah.
But yeah, that's interesting. Roll 20, please.
Right.
But you do
It's
see
about
that-
the time when my internet. Sorry.
So Rezek does have like, in spite of his stoicness, does have a little bit of a self-satisfied smile. Durlin looks frustrated. You remember that he really advocated for more direct action. You know, the hot-bloodedness of youth and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Artigan, you can't really get a read on. Well then, it's settled. As the holders of the Ordskara, our friends here have agreed to a compromise solution. We break into the treasury vault and carry away as much as we can. Doing so will weaken the position of the Trades Council while strengthening our own. Of course, without using the Ordskara, this will be much more difficult to break in. We'll need to spend some time on reconnaissance, figuring out the best way in, what kinds of threats, defenses, guards we might face on the inside, and how to best make it out.
Well,
Since
given
you're
that
so
gotten-
discreet, I'll leave that into your capable hands.
Well, we're lucky we came upon each other because basically consider it done.
Very well. Then, friends, get your rest. Sharpen your blades. Tar the soles of your shoes, whatever it is you need to do to get ready. In a few days' time, we will move against the regime. And
All right.
with that,
Let's do
everybody
it.
kind of stands up and begins to file out of the room.
Hell yeah.
Can Majra stop Rezek for a second? That's the big guy, right?
Yes.
She kind of like leans in a little bit, lowers her voice, just like, do you think Durlin is good for nothing?
Durlin is a capable young man. Has a bright future ahead of him if he can control himself a little bit. Like all young men, he needs to learn to temper his passions, or somebody is going to take advantage of him.
To know. Thank you.
I'm gonna send him along with you when you infiltrate the treasury. I'll be coming along as well, but, well, I have certain talents that are quite different from your own. And I'll be of limited usefulness in certain situations in there.
Understood.
I think you'll find that it'll be handy to have Durlin with you. Now, how about a drink?
Absolutely.
Go ahead. You got any water?
I sure do. Whole tank of it right there, but I wouldn't drink that.
I wouldn't want to take her water. She needs it.
You might get stung by a jellyfish too.
Oh.
Happens from time to time that certain inebriated clients take a liking to my Meliki and try to climb in that tank with her, and don't turn out well for them.
No doubt.
All right. And as everybody kind of files downstairs, Foodle, Artigan, the suave blonde dwarf, puts a hand on your shoulder and kind of silently indicates for you to hang behind a little bit.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, Foodle was it?
Yes, Artigan. How are you?
I'm quite well, thank you.
Oh, okay.
I'm led to understand your party, and indeed your entire refugee caravans that you travel around with, came from a village destroyed by the Goblin Army.
Yeah, well, I'm probably from somewhere you haven't heard of, Lumbril, but we're all mostly from Blycross.
I've never heard of either, I admit. Whereabouts was it? Out of curiosity.
Well, it was across the...
Storm spires.
Thank you, because I'm thinking of the mountains. It's across the storm spires. Yeah, over, I guess, relatively, not that close, but, you know, the Elven Kingdom over there.
Ilian. Right?
Ilian, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I don't think, well, no, I think Foodle would remember that. Yeah, he'll say Ilian.
The goblins reached that far across the storm spires, did they?
Yeah.
I heard there was tremendous magic that ended the goblin invasion once and for all.
Yeah. Yeah, there was. We still don't know exactly what happened, but apparently the elves of Ilion made a great sacrifice to stop them. Why do you ask?
You have sided with Rezek in this endeavor. But I wonder if you truly know about who he is.
Who, Rezek?
Have you seen a creature such as him before?
I don't know. I mean, he's really big and he looks pretty strong.
Yeah.
We fought giants.
Yeah.
I think he's a little bit smaller, though.
Yes, he is smaller than the giants, this is true. Rezek is what... This is waiting for my music. Pardon me.
Don't say it, Ghost Pepper. Don't say it. Please don't say it, Ghost
Rezek
Pepper.
is... But in the common tongue, called a creature called a bugbear. His presence in this city is somewhat of a controversy.
Oh.
Bugbears are a race of goblinoids.
Oh.
Rezek himself travels by many pseudonyms. That means fake names.
Ah, right.
This is his latest identity, of course. He had a sort of nom de guerre as a pit fighter back in his early
what?
days. So, a nickname.
Ah,
That's hardly important to some flashy name like the Killer or the Beta Upper or the Hunter or the Wolf or something. They all have weird names like this. But before that, he went by the name of Dorzur. His natural born name. Does that name carry any meaning to you?
can you spell it?
Yes, I can. It is
This guy's got a bit of an accent.
Zur.
Now, it doesn't ring a bell for me.
It shouldn't. It should.
Okay. Okay. No.
Dorzur was a prominent figure in the Goblin War. A general in the Goblin Army. One of 3 generals who led the Goblin Army west over the Stormspire Mountains.
Foodle looks shocked and is studying Artigan's face very carefully. And would like to roll insight.
Go for it.
That is a 16 plus 7.
Nice.
Which is
As
something
far
like
as
that.
you can
23.
tell, he's telling you the truth.
You what?
Why
are you working with him?
He is useful to us. Useful to the Black Guild, useful to the People's Will. This is a dirty business that you've gotten yourself involved in. None of us have exactly clean hands, but some of our hands are dirtier than others.
Yeah.
I am sorry that I did not have the opportunity to share this information with you before you made your decision. But in good conscience, I felt that you should know who you are working with. And as far as the internal disagreements within the Black Guild are concerned, whose side you have taken.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that murderer can go fuck himself. I'm not doing this for him, I'm doing this for the city. Thanks for letting me know. Wish you told me beforehand.
Yes. Well. So many preparations we need to take care of.
Yeah.
Good day to you.
Oodle nods.
And as Artigan leaves Foodle behind to ponder this is where we are ending this week's session.
Thanks, Ghost Pepper.
Dude, what the fuck? Oh my
No!
god.
I've been waiting for anyone to be like, just what kind of creature is Rezik in the first
What
place?
is Rezik anyway? Oh no! And it turns out now Fudo hates him. Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Talking about an after-school special, we need to have one.
Oh
about
my
Fudo's
god!
racism.
Right? Oh gosh.
True. Oh jeez.
Oh man. Oh, that's gonna be a
Oh.
rough journey next time. Holy cow.
I
This
think so.
whole document that I had used to plan, like, for, you know, you guys deciding which side you wanted to go with, right? How to approach this situation. Do you want to help these people? Do you want to use the Ordskara? Do you want to not use it? And then this revelation about Rezik, the whole document in my folder is called Moral Dilemma. So
Uh-huh.
Oh,
I'm
God.
just throwing them at you.
It's so
Wow.
bad.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. What are we doing,
Oh,
y'all?
God.
Ah!
Frick me.
We're facing the true villain ourselves.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh gosh.
Oh shit.
What a
That's
mess.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What a session though. Ghost, holy crap, thank you so much for running, man.
For
As
real.
always. Holy shit.
Yeah,
Super
thanks.
deep info and
Like,
fact-finding session. Appreciate. Yo.
Hopefully I wrote most of that down somewhere.
I
think
tried
I
to
did.
keep notes at
I
least a
think I
little
did.
bit.
Oh, I can't believe I made it to the end. We did it.
We did it.
Victory.
We did it!
Victory.
Woo!
Oh yeah, I'm excited about this Rezik stuff. I'm like, yeah, I gotta hit Foodle with it at some point. And
That
actually,
is, yeah.
chat
God.
can see my secret GM rolls because
I
when you
saw
go-
that.
Yeah, and
Oh?
that was a D3. That was like, is he telling Foodle, Kiona, or Mazra in that order?
And
Oh,
of course,
I was
the
like,
one
please.
person that was gonna take it the
Please
worst.
be Foodle. Please be Foodle.
Wow.
Amazing.
So he's like legit like one of the guys who was like goblins
was-
over the mountains or whatever.
Yeah.
Or as far as
jeez.
we know from what this guy's telling us.
As far as you
Right,
know from what
yeah.
Argan said, yeah, he was a commander in the
Well, at
Goblin
minimum,
Army.
he believes that, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
Like he's not trying to deceive.
Well, that'll make things interesting coming up.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because none of us are going to be thrilled about that. I mean, Foodle's obviously going to be the most pissed about of us, but like all of us lost our home to this, so like we're probably all going to be. I mean, Kiona and Mazra are probably not going to be super happy to hear that either.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And now you guys
Good lord.
have a week or two to
To think
decide
about
what you
it.
want to do about
Oh, good.
that.
Great.
How you want to
Oh my
deal with
God.
that? So per my messaging group chat, as things are right now, I will not be around for next week's session. But and Collie, I'll fill you in on this, but there may be a change to that. So I may be around for next week's session. I may not be around for next week. I really don't know. I told you yesterday I wouldn't be around, and then today, I'm like, well, maybe I will be. So, but Collie, I'll fill you in.
Okay.
But yeah, basically right now, for the sake of chat, whether or not there's going to be a session next week is very much in the air right now.
Keep an eye on the Discords.
Officially right now it's a no, but it could turn into a yes.
Right.
You know, as much as I
Indeed.
love as much as I love D&D, I hope it doesn't turn into a yes, because that means an event that I've been looking forward to is not happening. But that's outside of my hands. That's outside of my hands. That's in the hands of people with poor decision-making skills. So, so we'll find out. But yeah,
A bunch of
long and short of it,
Durlins.
a bunch of Durlins. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the long and the short of it. Folks, why don't we raid Jay Chili? He's playing Legend of
Let's do
Zelda.
it.
Did I say Zelda? I'm so tired. Legend of Zelda. I
Tears
know
of
the name of the game.
Kingdom.
I know the name of the game. I'm from the Nintendo generation. I know it's Zelda, not Zelda. But playing Tears of the Kingdom, and I didn't realize that you could like build stuff in this game. So I'm like, wow.
It's so cool.
Like,
the
yeah,
way that
like,
they have made
You
this
could build,
game
like,
so versatile.
vehicles and
You could do it.
jets and stuff.
100
Like, what?
people could solve the same problem in different ways because of
That's
the
so
things
cool.
that they have given you,
That's
to
so
the tools
cool.
they've given you. It's so
So
cool.
I'm-
I'm so in love with the game.
I am
such
not
a
a
good
big
game.
Zelda fan, but I will say that I have been looking at this game with interest, and I'm such a like survival crafty kind of person, you know? Like, that I'm like, oh, there's survival mechanics and now there's crafting mechanics. Like, what the heck? So I don't know, maybe. But we're gonna rate Joe.
Yeah.
I hope everybody has a good night. Really happy to be back on Twitch. I'm looking at my Twitch feed, and it's like the last time anything happened on my channel was like 11 days ago. So I'm, because I've been out of town, but I'm really glad to have been able to stream today and to hang out with some of my very best friends on and off Twitch tonight.
Yes.
Absolutely.
That's what's so
All right, friends. Next week, if we're live next week, we're going to be on Flutter's channel. Maybe. We also talked about that a little bit before streaming. We don't know. But
Oh no.
solving one problem at a time.
Right, that's right.
So, if you've got the emotes for it, let's give Joseph a spicy D&D raid. Let's modify this message a little bit. Oh, Ticking Time Bomb Gaming, you rated us just as we're raiding out.
Oh.
How are you doing, Ticking Time Bomb Gaming? Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Welcome.
I'm sorry that you're hitting us just as we're leaving for the evening. But how's your game? What were you playing? D&D. I hope your adventure went well. I hope we can catch up sometime soon. But the raid's about to pop. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.
That is